All right. So, as of last session, it was a long one. You guys were in Brindle's, and you were partially successful. Rex is alive and relatively well. Prontor
75% successful, I would say.
still on a slab. It is the morning of day 31. You've been in Brindle for several days already. It is absolutely packed with refugees. But you did have some conversations yesterday as to what might be done with those refugees. But as of now, your path is your own. You've made some high-profile friends within Brindle and can act more or less freely without having to worry about having a chaperone around everywhere. Although the city is not exactly free of dangers, it's mostly dangerous due to the overcrowding. But that leaves it up to you all. What do you want to do?
I was thinking about it.
I was gonna say I would suggest to these guys that they head to the Brindle Library. That would take Rex back to get some food, and since I've presumably been up all night doing this ritual,
Yes.
I would head back as well with him.
With Rex.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd give him the clap on the shoulder kind of thing. Just come back.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
And if you want to fill out a DNR form, you should do it again now because I couldn't ask.
We couldn't reach your signature, so you're here.
Yeah. Future reference.
Thanks for bringing me back.
Don't thank me yet.
Whether I deserved it or not.
I'm gonna hold it over your head for a while, just for fun.
That's fair.
And I push the bow into your chest as well. I don't know about
At this point,
standing
it's
bow.
been 2 whole days, approximately, right? Since they died.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That we've been, peaceful.
Maybe 3 whole
peaceful
days.
something,
Right.
which delays
I
the
just-
actual timer on it.
Obviously, Davian would know accurately how long it's been.
So I'm still smelling okay?
This,
Yeah.
I've been casting Peaceful Rest on you. Which, speaking of, I prepared one of today because I knew one of them was going to go off well. So I cast Peaceful Rest on you again, in your body.
It's very pleasant
because you can only be dead for.
I don't think
nicely
that's
air
how death works.
conditioned dream. Let you know.
I mean, arguably.
Yeah, I imagine because I think he's you're propping yourself up with the glaive, probably, and I've got you on the other shoulder, and I'm just walking back to get some food.
We didn't waste too much time while you were gone. It's been nearly 3 days now. But we're in Brindle, if that wasn't obvious.
Yeah.
And we're still down at Prontor for the moment.
What happened? Why was I able to get back but not Tor?
Runar will explain what happened. Go feed him and get him cleaned up.
Why didn't you tell us about the damn suicidal half-mon Tor?
Some things even I can't see coming, but doesn't really surprise me after seeing it.
It surprised us. Bye, June.
Time.
Bye, Molly.
Bye, friends.
When we visit.
Thanks for bringing cute babies.
Oh, literally in time.
Baby. But
Molly's
I guess
just
baby,
actually,
you
you
also
want
brought
to keep her?
Caleb.
Just saying.
Could go out of town for a week.
I brought myself.
Big kid.
Before you get
On my tricycle.
before we get too far away, I'll ask. Can we spare 80 gold for an extra spell slot for me every day? Like 80 gold ones for always an extra first level spell. That's basically what I'm looking for here. Can you spare that?
Wait,
Okay.
what?
Yes.
Seems good.
Well, every day I'm preparing my Pokeball spell, and I can buy a replacement for that, or make it. I'm looking for it first. If I can't find it,
So 80 gold, and you will have an extra first level spell every day for the rest of the campaign.
because I'm not spending it casting pet cash.
Yeah.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Something
Just take it out of the
I
group
mean,
funds.
just yes. Don't worry, we have.
It's kind of-
we sold jewels to attempt the first time. We have plenty of potential powder.
It's kind of a rare item, so I'm gonna try and find one, and then if I can't, I can craft it. So
That's it.
I'll do that. That's what
This is
I'm
worth
gonna do
a lot.
that. If I successfully find it, what kind of check is it to
We can. You'll be
scour
able-
the library?
you- funds will not be an issue for you.
I mean, it's been Arcana for me. I assume most, or no, it wasn't all. It wasn't all Arcana.
It
Now that I say it, I have
substitutes-
because I recorded the checks.
Do you
it
use any of
substitutes
my personal cash, Lance.
whatever
No.
you would normally, whatever knowledge check you would normally roll, or whatever.
Oh,
So it just provides a bonus, provided you have enough time to invest. It can give a bonus to any recall knowledge check.
okay.
This is really.
What are we looking up? What do we want to research? Ways to
I-
improve the ritual
I
success
tried
chance.
to, like,
I mean, I don't think we're just gonna find that in the library.
because like again, this is.
I-
this,
I'll look through the
I don't
church.
know, I
I'll
have
look
the
through the
user
church
file
archives
focused
instead.
like, please.
Fair enough.
Assuming they let me in.
So bright white.
I mean, it's 1/3 of your church at least. But no, the check was still the same thing as her Arcana, religion, and society, depending on what I was asking at the library.
Okay, well
It
this seems
just gave you a bonus.
this seems like it'd be religion regardless. So, or I mean, at least religion seems appropriate anyway.
I think I'm gonna hand wave a cell of my extra composite longbow
Yes,
because it's
excellent.
just a regular. item.
Under the circumstances, that's
There's one.
trivially easy.
31.
It's the beginning.
An extra bow you guys need for that?
Nope.
Yep.
Not anymore.
How long does that ritual take? 12 hours or 8 hours? Or 24 hours?
24.
24 hours. Fuck.
Technically, it didn't take a 24, but it's a 1-day ritual. So
So it's like a full day of work, sort of.
so 16 hours, and then
Yeah.
you should spend the other 8 resting, or else you're now exhausted,
Right.
fatigued.
Alright, so but we okay, so we can spend 8 hours between now and our next attempt. It's resting, basically, if we want to try this again.
Yep.
I'll be resting, so.
Peacefully.
Much peace. Okay. What is everyone gonna do? Let's just go clockwise, starting with Redrick.
Well, I don't actually make any rolls for the ritual. The only thing I have to help out with is
Can you do this? Lance is off.
being there if things go wrong at the end.
Actually, perfect.
So, I'm first going to go to the magic shops and see if I can find the Hosteling statuette that I can craft. If they happen to have one, since it's an uncommon item. And if they don't, I think I'm going to spend some time.
Who was the guy that
Would I be exhausted now? From a day of that
It
rest?
was
Probably
it
by-
was Sarah
No,
Ray Pope.
you weren't
It was,
you weren't
from
involved in
Tredora
the
and
ritual.
ritual itself.
Tredora.
No,
They revived him.
But if you didn't rest for that
Yes.
whole night, then you would be
For
fatigued.
$0.
Would not let us.
So is
Wasn't gonna do it again.
is our
Yeah.
is our currency total accurate in the sheet right now? It says a little over 1,000 gold.
You
Yes.
cannot find that statue.
That's after
unfortunately.
paying for the first
Okay.
attempt.
Yes.
I want to say
And it was 1,000 gold for the attempt, or
Yes.
okay.
I went and made conversation with the city guards at each of the gates. And then I helped talk up to soldiers at the training camp in the square, in the market square. And then I didn't do anything until the ritual stopped. So that was 8 hours between they stopped practicing and the ritual completed. Right? I don't know.
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, then I will have rested, and then I would have woken up, came here, ritual failed, and I will look for the item, and then I will go to the library to start looking for, asking if I can see their archives to look for other ways to improve the odds of success for the ritual.
You want to go to the library?
I could go to the library. I'm wondering if the church has archives that would be more appropriate for this kind of research.
Inquiring at the chapel of Sarenrae, you find that they are well equipped in a number of ways, although short-staffed right now. They have not only a small library, but they also have, or archive in this case, it's not public, but asking the clerics there, you find that they do have one in the basement. They also have a small shop, an item shop, that the clerics craft items and sell for the good of the church.
Okay, I mean, I'm going to prioritize the research, but I am curious to know what they sell too. Is there like healing potions and stuff like that, or?
You see, yes, absolutely. They have healing potions. They also sell services to folks who want things like scrolls, holy water, those things they can make on commission. They have a number of scrolls of all kinds, things that you would be familiar with: protection, sanctuary, breath of life, bless, healing well, heroism, those types of things. But in a sort of a very elaborate case, they have a number of magic items that look impressive. One you recognize as a staff of healing. Another you recognize or is described to you as a Dawnlight staff, a staff designed by and for adherents of Sarenrae.
What does that do?
So
Is that a standard item, or is that
the old gentleman that is still solely in charge of this shop and the sort of archive while everyone else is busy tending to the flock, is more than happy to tell you all about it. This staff has the ability to use light in defense of its wielder. So it is able to you can use the symbol on the staff to counteract magical darkness, and sort of negatively affect creatures with dark vision when you do that.
I'm a creature with dark vision.
Well, it doesn't work against you.
Okay.
It doesn't work
Take
against
this!
the wielder.
Flash in the dark.
And it has Disrupt Undead, Searing Light, and
Maybe we shouldn't have bothered with the ghost lord. That was really effective against undead.
The one staff.
Just defeats
Send
the
a single zombie away, and then just like 1,000 more just mauled.
the head of the staff has like a pretty elaborate carving of depiction of Sarenrae at the head of the staff.
I wanted just to have it.
You can look if you want to look up the details. It's called Dawnlight.
Okay. Oh, it's not as expensive as I thought it would be.
It is a greater Dawnlight.
Ah, it's a bit more expensive. Okay. Well, I'll thank him for the information, and we'll see how much money we have after our current predicament. Hoping to be back.
He says, given your group's recent donation. He
Expecting
finds
more.
it unnecessary to ask you for anything further to access the archives.
I appreciate it. As I flex my Serenite aura.
The he does not seem to imply admission to any of your peers.
Sure.
But if you go down right away, he doesn't follow you. He just kind of points down a very narrow staircase that just goes down into the earth below the chapel. While there's no natural light, you see that there is a quite elaborate system of magic that provides daylight-like effects to the entirety of the small, sort of cramped library. It's basically one big room.
Okay.
That's all it is, packed with books, almost to the point of being disorderly. But yeah, you can use it for a skill check. It'll take you. Each skill check is 4 to 8 hours, depending on what
2
you're
days.
doing.
Damn. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm looking. Depending on what I'm doing. Well, I'm looking for ways to make the ritual more effective. But I'm assuming that's not what you mean.
He said 4 to 8.
Yeah, 4 to 8 hours, depending on what I'm doing. Not great. I could just get my hero point out of the way. No, I'm gonna save it. Is it does searching give me a bonus?
Absolutely.
Okay, then 19 base.
Okay. And you rolled religion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Could bring
Since the library's gonna put me above 20, I feel better about it.
You find
you get it.
you find that the archive is not particularly well designed in terms of its organization. So you do have some trouble finding things, but you do find multiple references to when Saren Ray's strength is a little more potent. Obviously,
Dawn.
unsurprising to you, light has a great deal of effect on
At that point.
on how effective some of her followers' powers are. So yes, so Dawn
To consolidate.
there are several references to Dawn being a optimal time to take advantage of her power, but the sun in general can have a great effect. So you also find multiple references to what's it called, the
Summer solstice or something?
is it the longest day of the year?
Yeah.
You find multiple references to that,
Well-
especially performing magics at high noon on the longest day of the year.
I don't suppose the summer solstice is like this week.
No,
Okay. Well, that's a task.
no.
The day of black sun.
You also know that. You also find that not even unique just to Saren Ray, but to other religions as well that you find referenced in the archive, that festivals of grand scale can also be a sort of a nexus of power for Saren Ray.
So we need to throw a party.
There you go. Party on.
This guy partied so hard he's dead. Come on, what does she need?
Did I?
Yeah, he needs to rally so the party can keep going.
Yeah.
Hair of the dog.
Come on, sir. Right? Okay.
But you don't find anything else that sort of is, pardon my pun, illuminating.
Ha.
Okay. Well,
This guy.
was it, how many hours was that?
That was 4 hours.
4 hours. Okay. And I can't just check again, right?
Not for the same.
Okay.
Not for the same check.
Well,
Excuse me.
I did what I came here to do and failed. In the sense that we knew those. But, well, we sort of knew those. So I'll spend after that I'll spend some time crafting.
Okay.
And
What will you craft?
Hosteling statuette, which is the thing that Pokeballs failure as an item.
Oh yeah. Is that the thing you failed at yesterday?
Yes, and then realizing I didn't have enough money to craft it anyway.
Um,
So now I have money to buy.
Explains why you failed. You just didn't have enough materials.
yeah.
I never bought the materials. Like, all right, time to get started. Right.
When you go into an evening, like, I got the perfect plan. Oh, shit. I gotta take a trip to Home Depot.
Yep.
Well, Davian, what are you doing with this day?
I would like to go to Serana or Jarmath.
Okay.
And I want to get the lay of the land on sort of Brindle's current intelligence about where the Red Hand is, and I guess sort of the status of the Veil as far as they know it.
Okay.
And I know I know we mostly have a good idea of what Brindle's forces look like, and I know that they, we got, about 2/3 of the dwarves that we ordered, and we've got the Owl Riders from Starsong Hill, but I guess just get a sense of the current logistics situation and what the forces of Brindle look like and how they number and everything, and then I guess beyond that, just offer to Serana however she could make use of me today, because I don't have any new ideas for things to check out in the library.
Well, Serana's able to give you some information. It seems as though she is one of the few focused on military readiness right now. Most in the city are well and thoroughly distracted by refugees. Her figures of the defenses reflect your understanding of Brindle's defenses pre-Red Hand. It doesn't seem like they've amassed many more than the ones you personally are aware of.
Okay. So it's like, what was the original count of dwarves supposed to be versus what they actually dispatched?
Let's see.
I forget if it was supposed to be like 2,000 or 2,000.
200.
It was like 200, I think.
It was 200.
Yeah.
And we got 2/3 of that.
Rounded up, 134.
Now they're dwarves. 133 for sure.
Yeah, you get there are over 100 of them, but
Okay.
not the full contingent that was expected. Some owl riders, elves.
Is there a totally ballpark, but like ballpark head count of the Outriders and the elves that
I
showed
think
up?
10. I think it's 10.
Okay. Or 10 Outriders who are elves, and that's the total number, or there's also more elves that showed up?
No, there are no other elves that showed up.
Okay. Man, Stars, I feel kind of skipped on these guys. I thought they sent more people.
Probably isn't. Owl Riders.
In terms of the status of the army, last she heard from scouts, the army was basically right upon Nemon Gap, like right on top of it.
Pre-bridge destruction.
Unknown, but it seems as though the majority of their force is now in that area.
We'll send Tor to go check.
Her best guess in terms of time until they reach basically the front door is about 12 days.
How long's a week?
What?
10 days.
How long's a week in?
7 days.
Okay. Look at that. There's 10 days in some things.
she expects that they would not, given how organized they are, they're unlikely to attack immediately upon arrival. They will probably, her guess is that based on everything she's heard, they'll set up their own sort of siege weaponry for a couple days before attacking.
That do be how siege go.
But yeah, she said while she does expect there to be a war council eventually, they can't, like, the city just does not have enough resources to both plan for defense and handle these refugees. So they're just kind of pretty single-minded right now.
Okay, and then just verifying the original, like, when we did planning at the bridge 20 sessions ago, the number that got floated was that like in the realm of like 800 militia folks could be mustered at Brindle potentially.
Yeah, catch up.
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
And there are some lines with Brindle.
Yeah, no, because it was. So I went back to my old notes, and it was 15 to 20 elite guards for the king. That was the lines of Brindle. 200 guards who were just staffed as guards full time. Another 800 militia could potentially be mustered, and then the dwarves and the owl riders and us.
Or like an AOE.
And then, so I know they were digging trenches out in the field and stuff. Were those efforts from a like siege defense standpoint, or are they digging large holes so that they can put a bunch of bodies that no longer fit in the grave sites in town? A little bit of both.
It was generally an effort to put our less useful members of the city, folks that can't really or won't really help with refugees, to work doing something practical. And yes, they're more defensive hole digging than anything else. The idea being that whether they're flooded or just used as a way to bury spikes or just provide embankments, difficult terrain, it's useful one way or another.
What is so obviously the walls of this city are, I assume, just impressively large stone walls. Are they like 20 feet high, 30 feet high?
I believe they are 20 feet high.
And then the bridges, they go to the north.
Yes.
Across the river. What sort of ability to fortify that is there?
There are gatehouses at both ends of the river,
Okay.
and
Stop a dragon from falling in.
the ones on the north side of the river are really substantial. Every bit that is substantial as the city gates on the main wall. So they have two tall towers, and then a big portcullis in the middle.
Tall towers, portcullis on either side of both bridges.
Yes, and all of these towers for the whole city have, arrow slits and are defensible, both from within and above.
And that is also just true of the regular
Yes.
Brindle walls as well.
Yep.
Siege weaponry of the town. Is there
Currently
trebuchets,
none.
ballista, anything like that?
Currently none, but there are some plans for building some.
Okay. And how about potential mage conscription into the army proper? Is that a thing?
Well, it's not that we don't have any mages. Immerstal is our first wizard and will certainly help in defense. There's been no discussion of drafting our students from the university into.
Sorry, that's fair. Like, conscription isn't the right word, but like, is there a mage contingent of the city's armed forces or anything like that?
No, there are only Immerstal. There's only Immerstal and his cadre.
Just torsos and legs.
He has also considered donating resources from his shop to the war effort, which could prove extremely valuable.
It's effective.
Sorry, you said it's Immerstal and his
His cadre of
cadre? Is that the
his team, his group of wizards.
word? Gotcha. Okay.
Read Malazan, you'll get it.
Yep.
No, that's fair. I just
Is that a Malzahn word?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it in. I'd say I've seen it in like one or two other.
It's used outside of there, but
But yeah,
It's a real word used
Doing-
outside of
yeah.
fantasy.
Oh
books.
yeah,
yeah,
definitely is.
but doing crosswords with Molly, every so often I'm reminded like, oh yeah, that's a fantasy word. You know, it's used normally too, but
A lot of the time.
you
fantasy.
see it in fantasy,
Like,
10
angry.
times more often than in the rest of your life.
Okay, and then I guess last question then, as far as weapons and stuff to outfit the forces, like are all the guards and militia like everybody's gonna or nearly everybody's gonna have a sword and potentially a bow, and like is that a thing or I don't know.
Some of our militia are already armed. You know, we have trackers and poachers and hunters. Poachers is not a good word, I guess.
I was thinking about that. Too.
Hunters that supply and sell the meat to the city. They're already armed. The folks that are not armed, folks like our dock hands, our farmers, our miners that don't own weaponry, there is a group of, I don't know, 400 to 500 halberds that are ready and waiting for those hands for combat. And so we have more than we need, I think, in that regard. If we do find extra hands somewhere, we should have weaponry for them.
And I will just crowdsource this next question because Davian's intelligence is higher than Kevin's. Have I overlooked any really obvious questions when asking about intelligence or the city's defenses that feel obvious to you? Or
Did you ask about what they? I might have just not done those things. You asked about what they plan to do about the open part of the wall to river and bridge that crosses.
Well, I mean, it's the river is the fortification, and then it's the two big portcullises and towers and guardhouses on either side of both of those bridges. So there's not really there's no just, oh well, we'll just walk around to this end, right? Oh, we'll wade into 3 feet of water and then walk into town. it's not that
Yeah.
trivial.
Correct.
For a hobgoblin.
True. There will be some siege dragon weaponry that we will have to deal with. Okay. Yeah. So that is the end of my intelligence and readiness questions.
I guess
That's
now
the end of
he's
my.
done.
Now I'm done.
Gus is like, here I go.
Let's kill the red man.
I guess you could ask what they've got any.
It's like the
are they
intelligence
building
version
anything
of,
specifically
goodness.
countermeasures for flying enemies or dragons, like a heavy ballista?
They're planning to build some amount of siege weaponry, which I'm actually going to
Just like-
propose my dear friend Redrick assist with at some point. And yeah, I guess if there's any other pressing matters that Jarmath is looking for advice for,
Yeah.
similar
Yeah,
to the
No,
the horse situation with the Tusker Wills.
Well, the sooner we solve the refugee problem, the sooner we can begin planning for the city's defense. So, yes, it seems as though it's been decided that all of the horses will be used in this effort to expedite these refugees, but it's still a huge undertaking. So if there's anything you or your allies can do to aid in that process, I think we'd all love to hear it. But otherwise, you can, you've said that some of you have healing abilities. They're certainly injured.
Well, I will break the unfortunate news that our initial attempt at bringing the ally with the healing abilities back was fruitless, at least on the first attempt.
She gives you a stern, caring, but also like knowing look and nods and says, "I'm sorry. Will you try again?"
Absolutely. I would be surprised if we don't try as soon as later today.
Wow. Best of luck.
Thank you. So I guess beyond that, Serana, where could you make use of me today?
Honestly, trying to do drills with this many people is challenging. If you'd like to watch my approach for a while and then aid in helping drills on the rest of the militia, you're welcome to do so.
Absolutely. I'll also offer my bit of expertise at basically being an anti-mage type thing, right? Like there's obviously going to be clerics and other casters in the Red Hands army.
Yes.
So I don't know. I don't have anything specifically off the top of my head, but
She does tell you that it's it will be an unfortunate event if the militia is pressed into anything apart from attacking the hobgoblin sort of
Rank and file.
rank and file, and that you should, if you are going to impart advice about combat against other creatures, it should usually be to get the hell away. None of these men, no matter how vividly their love of their city burns in their heart, is going to be able to take down a manticore or one of these bar guest creatures.
oh yeah, no. I'm not talking about the monsters. I'm talking specifically about spellcasters, like and the I don't know, imparting general wisdom that we as D&D party members know, right? That like, if you can hit those casters first because of their penchant for upending things more so than another random soldier would.
So you just tell that to the archers.
Yeah, true. Cool. Then yeah, I will
Help her out?
help her out
Excellent.
with these drills today.
Excellent. Runar, what are you doing today?
I'm gonna help him get back to like where we're staying and get him some food.
that you can do. It'll be rations, but
Yeah.
not too bad. Are you resting at all?
Before I do, I would want to use my automatic writing and try to see if I can sort of delve my memories and see if there's any, like, to the same point as Stefan, anything I could do to influence the success of the ritual. Sort of like drawing on the memories that of like that were invoked when I was near the cathedral. Yeah, I'd like to. It takes 10 minutes,
Okay.
so we'll try that now then.
All right.
Like once I get you set up with your food and such, and I'll guidance myself too. That's gonna be a 32.
What did you roll?
It was a 11.
Or what's the?
It was it's always occultism.
It's a okay,
For this-
but what is it?
It's a lore check, and in my case, I'm going to roll for ritual lore.
Ritual lore specifically.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's gonna be my
Okay.
angle here.
All right. And that is a straight 1-to-1, correct? If I remember correctly, there's no adjustment. Like if you roll a 32, it's as if you had
Yes.
ritual
if I had
lore
ritual
on your
lore.
character sheet and you roll a 32.
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of overlap with what I discussed with
Yeah.
Redrick for obvious reasons.
Yeah, of course.
This is highly specific to Saren Ray,
Mm-hmm.
but apart from sort of the sun itself,
Mm-hmm.
and the ritual of celebration,
Mm-hmm.
there are some allusions that are interesting to the edicts of Saren Ray. So Saren Ray has certain incorruptible edicts that align to the god and its followers' moral compass. So one of these you're very familiar with, because Redrick does this all the time. He always seeks for and allows redemption of others. This is like a core tenet of Saren Ray. This is not surprising to you. It's not that interesting, but you do notice one of the other tenets for Saren Ray is providing aid to the sick and wounded. And this gets you thinking about perhaps a roundabout way of Saren Ray's influence being concentrated, as an awful lot of tending to the sick and wounded is happening right now within the streets in and around Brindle by the followers of Saren Ray. And so perhaps there would be a way to focus that energy, that positive energy, on a ritual. Whether that's instead of hosting a ritual in sort of the main square of this grand cathedral, apart from the rest of the crowd, performing it right in the thick of the worst injured that are being tended to, something like that. Or perhaps there are other creative ways to sort of channel this sort of these tenets into more power. You're unsure, but that's something that's sort of out of left field that you notice that perhaps might have a play.
Mm-hmm.
There are certainly other guess, phenomenon that you feel would have a huge impact on the success of a ritual like this, but none of them are going to be possible to really control. Things like solar phenomenon, so any type of solar flare or perhaps like a star shower, like a shooting star shower during the daylight, during like a dawn or noon, could certainly amplify some of these abilities. But predicting such things would take an awful lot of time.
Yeah, do like astronomy.
Yeah. Yes. And then obviously would rely entirely on luck of whether something's happening at the time. Yeah, the other edicts to Sarenrae are protection of others, which obviously is another thing that Redrick embodies frequently, and also the destruction of her sort of pantheonic rival Rovagug. Although there's not much of that in the city. Yeah, that's pretty much what you get from your check there.
Okay. And so, I assume I have to rest. I have to rest like basically up until the start of the ritual if I wanted to not be exhausted for it, right? Is that fair to say?
I think that's very fair to say.
Okay, then I probably would, knowing that.
Yeah.
I would just stay with Rex, and not run off somewhere and be exhausted during very, very important ritual.
Would you have shared any of this? Well, I'd see him.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah,
on
so-
our-
I think you guys are together.
Yeah.
so
so
I'd
we-
just be like laying there exhausted after eating something. I'd just be sitting at the side of the bed.
You'll see like all these like he's writing all of these like runes are showing up on the page, and then like at the end, like the eyes will open up. He'll sort of shake his head and start reading what's on there. And yeah, if you ask for sure, I would.
Yeah, after you finished.
Mhm.
So, anything useful?
Think that there is a way to channel some of the power of Sarenrae into this ritual.
What you got?
I think our best bet is based on the tenets of Sarenrae. Specifically, one of them is providing aid to the sick and wounded. So if we can perform the ritual in a place where this care is being taken, and perhaps even over the course of the ritual, do some of this ourselves, I think that we might be able to channel some of that divine energy for the purposes of the ritual. So if you're up to it, later, might be able to use your
Or we?
considerable skills at healing to help some of the people that are near the cathedral.
Yeah. Or we draw more of them there.
Mm-hmm.
If only I was sick or wounded.
You get some rest. I'll be back.
Rex gets up,
Okay.
using still his
Glaive.
glaive as like a
Walking stick.
like thinking like Gandalf when he's coming in, faking being Gandalf the Grey. Still that fake hobble, except it's real.
Don't use it as a crouch.
True. That would be a very permanent crutch. But Rex is going to make his way slowly towards the densest population of like wounded people.
You find that by far the biggest groups of wounded are a couple blocks in from the west and south gates. They pour in, and then they just sort of sit waiting for help.
I don't know what this will require
Okay.
logistically, because there are no charges on a healer's toolkit. But I will restock as needed.
Okay.
I'm going to check one thing before I say what I'm going to do. It is not required to be in combat to do battle medicine. I'm going to start slapping battle medicine down on as many people as I can.
Okay.
And what's going to happen is Rex is basically going to show up pretty still, like, ragged and like beat up, but he's going to effectively, almost wordlessly, just like come up to one of the like wounded, like one of the particularly wounded people, and just immediately, like, pretty fortunately not a skill check that is affected by any of my negatives, but just going to immediately start performing, like, well, I mean, treating wounds.
Yeah.
And after he, like, wordlessly helps the first person, he's gonna help a few, like, others, as long as they'll, like, let him do so.
So first, which section of the city do you choose?
Whichever one is closer to the temple. Temple's pretty central, right?
Yeah, it's closer to the southern entrance, though.
Okay, well, that's where I would.
You see that there are a good deal of wounded that make it all the way to the temple.
Yeah.
But as you travel further and further south, especially once you hit, there's another temple that's very close to the southern entrance.
Yeah.
Temple to Pharasma.
Mm-hmm.
You see that there's a huge amount of wounded congregated there, refugees congregated there.
Mm.
And then my second question is, do you take any rhyme or reason to who you choose to tend?
Definitely. There'll be two points to it. It'll first be, the criteria will be who looks like they need it the most.
Okay.
And then also, if somebody looks like they are potentially the one taking care of other wounded, like helping support other wounded people,
Okay.
I would help them, and in the mindset of being like, this person could help people who are like at different varieties of wounded, like help them move, like help them not be stuck where they're at, if that makes sense, right? And upon like going through and doing this, I think I can only fail on a 1, and let me check to make sure that that's true.
Is it possible for you to do harm?
I have to see what treat. That's what I need to double check
Okay.
on with treat wounds. Yep. On a crit fail.
Are you able to crit fail?
Is a 1 a guaranteed crit fail?
No, 1 is a guaranteed step down.
So if you succeed on a natural 1,
Then you
go down to a failure instead of critical failure.
I can only normal fail then. I cannot critically fail in that case. So
does that mean you cannot do harm?
I cannot do harm.
Okay.
There's
Then that
only
makes
a
this
crit
easier.
fail condition.
Makes this much easier, since you don't have to worry about hurting anybody.
Killing every 20th person.
Yeah. You are able to make quite a significant difference.
I know, right? That's like I would kill people if I could crit fail, because it's 1d8 damage.
That's.
I'm literally threshold, like, just barely cannot crit fail.
mean, that's you understand why you're
literally
What's the number?
I see it as like a
15.
very visceral type of medicine. Like
Yeah.
you aren't
Yeah.
you aren't out here with like bedside manners. You are
Yeah.
like you've got like a bone saw and like you're you're healing, but not in a way that people are going to be unscarred, let's say.
Okay.
But you are so practiced at this point that you aren't doing any damage. You're only really helping.
Yeah, I was gonna say because of my skills would probably, like, to your point of like not dealing any damage, I would try to avoid when possible, like, even if it's surgically maiming somebody, unless it was going to save them like in that moment, right?
Yeah.
Because I know, based on what my allies, in particular Tor, have done, could heal a wound that might require amputation, right, in like a longer term, without them actually having to have like lose a leg or something. So like I'll try to discern that as well. I mean, if it's life threatening, I'll do it.
Yeah.
You know, like if they're gonna die in the next hour, like whatever. But if it's something where it's like that can be avoided, I will try to not cause permanent maiming, alterations to people.
Go ahead and give me a medicine check, not necessarily for a specific heal, but just for your effect on the crowd.
That'll be a 26.
Okay. So your initial approach is met with a little bit of resistance. You notice by far the majority of the people helping in this crowd are priests of Pharasma, or you assume, given the proximity to the temple. And you notice that their holy symbols look nothing like the holy symbols of Sarenrae. The symbol of Pharasma appears to be like a spiral, almost like a hurricane looking symbol.
It gets thicker in the center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do I get vibes? Do I get uncomfortable vibes from it?
Not uncomfortable. Almost, if anything, it calms you to see it.
Okay.
You notice that after you've done this a couple times and people kind of cry out in pain as you heal them, everyone starts to realize, like, oh, those people that you're tending, they like get up and walk away.
Yeah.
They aren't, they might yell in surprise and fear, but it seems like what you're doing is effective. And after a while of this, I don't know how long you plan to go on, but
I'm going to go for. How long does it take to like reach different gates in Brindle? If you were in the city.
Well, the
main ones that matter where wounded would be, I should say.
So the west gate and the south gate, where you're at now, are the two closest gates in the city.
Okay.
They're about 600 or 700 feet away.
Okay.
That normally would be a pretty short stroll.
Sure,
it is not
city.
a short stroll right now, because you are literally climbing through people to get around. So it's not horribly far, but it's not a trivial sort of jog either. How long does it take you to apply one of these?
I mean, it's one action.
Okay, so really the time is not the treating; it's the like going from person to person and having conversations and sort of
what's wrong with you.
Taking in what's happening. Okay, so you're able to make a huge difference here. And
what I would communicate, so first the intent would be I'm going to spend a good chunk of time here, then I'm going to spend a chunk of time at the other gate before taking a brief amount of time to rest before the ritual starts. And at this, starting here, and I'll say the same thing at the other one, but I'm going to start telling like the different people that I'm healing. I'm going to say, all right, you're starting to feel better. I'm going to keep
helping as many of you as I can. But what I need you to do is to let others know that come towards the temple of the temple of Saren Ray tonight and in the morning, and many, many more of you will continue to be healed, first by me, and then come the dawn, another who will be able to help in far more far more impactful and far more widespread than I can.
Okay. Make a diplomacy check here.
I'm so good at these.
Solar generation.
This will be. You'll get a good bonus here for your work
Get
today.
revived by Sarah Bray.
Hero
Solar
point.
generation.
Okay.
It was a 6. Not good. It got worse.
Oh no!
Every fucking time.
Like
It's
clockwork.
a 1.
Was it a natural
What's the
one?
total?
A 1.
Oh,
Jeez.
okay. Well, some
You
some
accidentally
people
become Jack the Ripper.
some people definitely
No, my convincing is just bad.
Oh.
My actions are fine.
some people definitely pay attention, especially those family members of the ones you heal. But you don't get the big crowds of people listening to you that you may have hoped.
Yeah.
You are, however, undeniably effective in your healing role here, and you find no lack of people to ply your trade. While your methods are not nearly as clean and sort of perfect as a magical healing spell might be, it is. I mean, it's quick,
Yeah.
and you get to treat a lot of people, and especially after you've been at a location for an hour or so, you notice that the clerics begin to show a lot of respect for your work. That maybe they lacked at first because you do not have any vestments, any holy symbol, any...
I guess the thing that Rex doesn't know yet, but people would notice, is he does have those, like I mentioned,
Oh yeah,
the like golden, like
glowing.
like teardrops
Yeah,
now going down the sides of his face
yeah.
that he still doesn't know about.
In my head, you're like dirty
Yeah.
and like a mess, and these things only show up like from time to time under all this
100%.
this gunk. But yeah, okay, cool.
So yeah, I'd spend, I don't know, a couple hours there, and then go to the like west gate and do another couple hours there, so that I have some time to not. I mean, I don't have to necessarily have a rest before this ritual, but
Something
just have a little bit of time.
something you notice that you don't really have an answer for is that the folks here tend to talk about two things: being healed or thanking you for healing them, and asking what's next, where they're going, where they're staying, when the army's going to get here, that kind of thing. So there's clearly a lot of unrest
I guess
among the refugees.
a lot of. I don't know that there wouldn't have been time to impart the plan to me yet.
I think
Unless
well, as we were
only
walking
you
back,
would have had to
yeah,
mention
I
that.
think, I would have known. I was at the meeting, so I would have been able to tell you that on the way back.
Would you have that?
Yeah, for sure.
But even that has not been like
Official. Yeah.
official. Like there's no plan
Well,
made yet.
I guess to reassure, with my infinite diplomacy, to reassure people though, I would still, if they ask me what's next, I'd just say, what's next is we get as many people fit to get out of here before that army gets here and get you guys off to Denevar,
They seem to be
where you'll be safe.
confused about that. Like why? The response seems to be like, why would I waste my time when I'm already well within the confines of a safe city? Why would I leave? But it also seems like there are a great deal of people here that have never been to Denevar, and there are some that don't even know what Denevar is.
Yep.
So you can kind of understand where that's coming from.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try to.
It's a resort.
I'm not gonna try to,
I love it.
convince people, hey, you'll love to go here. I'm just gonna, if they're like, what's next? That.
So, what is the plan then for after you guys do whatever you want to do during the day? What is the plan for your next move here?
Try again. My thought.
I think that's our plan.
Oh, sure. So I know we talked about Speak with Dead last session, and that is technically talking to the body and not the soul.
Yes.
But so I guess assuming we at the nighttime reconvene somewhere all together.
Pathfinder 2 makes this like a much more obvious because I think the spell is called Talking Corpse. So, yeah, but anyway, sorry.
How do you all think Tor would feel about being reincarnated rather than resurrected? Isn't that or at least my understanding is that that's a slightly lesser ask of the divine to find success.
Well, he'd be more. Wait, actually, where are you asking this? Am I there? What's going on?
Yeah, I assume at some point that evening we're all together somewhere getting food or turning in wherever we're staying. Also, I have a really small, definitely dusty apartment in this town. Just somewhere. It's literally, it's like, it's a room and a bed, and I clearly am not there with any real frequency. It probably feels like a hotel room.
This is a Kevin character special, isn't it?
Do you actually try to go back there?
Lived at my place, and Reese actually lived there. What?
Do you actually try to go back there?
If possible.
What you find is that you find a very apologetic landlord who has given up your space to refugees.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I get my deposit back though, right?
Good question, though.
A lot of mold there.
He laughs and he walks away.
Classic landlord. I kill him because there's no negative ramifications in this makeup.
So, this would presumably be after my crafting and stuff for the day. Then.
Yeah,
I think I would know about
call it dusk maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I
the
gotta
answer
roll.
to that question.
Need a 7 reminder. I should stop doing that because it tends to. Okay.
Like, I don't think I'd ever ask you which one would you want, but like how it's
Well,
maybe like more
have
like
you, have you asked me since we've like reconvened? Because before that, like what you would know is from like
right.
a while ago. So
But we did almost we both almost died, so I think it's somewhat of a reasonable thing to ask.
But did you die in a place that resurrection was even a possibility?
I meant we both almost died in the Vale.
Oh, I see.
Like I've been down. He's also been down. He was also down prior to this.
I definitely wouldn't have been like, oh yeah, well I'd be fine coming back as
A donkey.
a donkey, or,
Right.
Oh man, but a Canutus's donkey, like
Pretty
What is
rad.
this? This is my air-conditioned mount. Yeehaw! I won't ride
You're
you
not
because
gonna
you'll die
whip me, are
immediately.
you?
Just like once, just for show. Not hard.
I will bite you.
What is that dude's name in Malzahn? Iskarel.
This girl plus
Plus,
He's the one that has
the
yeah.
donkey,
yeah,
the mule.
the mule.
Yeah.
That's what I think of every time.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What a guy.
Buster Bus, baby.
But the question still stands, I suppose, for the group.
mm-hmm.
Definitely more open to do it than Rex. I would think.
I'm
it's
inclined to agree with you, but
wanted to come back as a dinosaur.
really this is a Runar question more than anyone.
Yeah.
I suppose we could also. That's my request of someone at the cathedral to speak with him. I would be surprised if. I would be surprised if his answer changed in the instant of his death.
Does that speak with corpse works?
Yeah, so it sounded like.
So basically, you raise the body's latent memories, like the actual physical body's latent memories, not the soul.
You
So-
talk to an AI that's modeled on my brain.
Yeah, basically. And then they kind of give you patchwork answers, even if you succeed. None of you know reincarnate, do you?
No.
Okay. Because I think you guys are able to cast it. Any of you, if you can find if you learn it.
Right. I mean, I still would prefer to pay for somebody else's expertise in it because
Sure.
Yeah.
What's,
I think
what's the check on it? Oh,
5 lower for everything compared to resurrect, but there's a chance that you come back as what you were, or a different race, or
yes.
other.
My
weirdness.
other character went through this and came back to something else. What's the final check? What did you roll?
Nature.
27. Or what type
Nature?
of check?
Yeah.
Yeah, nature backed up by religion and occultism.
Well, we have all 3 of those. I don't know if we're the best in the city at it, but we have them all.
I'm the best in the city at occultism.
Well, I meant all of us together, though.
You say that.
Well, so you say that. You know
I can
that.
say that because I don't know.
I'm the best in the city in religion, except there's a level 20.
Yeah,
Yeah, but we know
Immerskull's
that.
probably got you beat. But, aside from what would pass for the archmage of this city, you're
Only if
probably
he's a
right.
master in occultism. He's probably a master in Arcana.
I mean, who you talking about?
Interesting though, but that doesn't.
The head wizard of the town.
Immerse.
I mean, if he's just 4 levels higher than you, that's effectively his master as well. It's 4 plus 4 on the roll.
Does he have a pendant of the occult too?
Okay, he's 5 levels higher.
You could lend him yours. I don't know.
He is speaking truth.
Not what I meant to bring.
So
On
What did
crit
you say
fail,
about?
he's a random, unintelligent animal.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Technically, well, I don't know. It's arguably better than the resurrection failure or crit failure.
Is it?
I mean, you can always just kill the animal and then try again.
That it doesn't. It doesn't say that the animal appears in front of you though.
Fair.
You have to go find it somehow.
Yeah, in a random. So it could be anywhere in the
Yeah.
world.
Yeah.
In the whole world?
Yeah.
Not the whole, I mean, it's
gonna
unlikely
be
that
in
it
the
would be
area.
in the whole world. It's
It's-
probably in the area, but like if you think about
If you rolled
how
goat-
many cats and rats and dogs are just in Brindle,
On a
like
crit fail, the soul becomes trapped in a random, unintelligent animal.
I mean, on the bright side, it won't be that long,
I mean, if it's a cat,
that's true
If
actually.
I'm a stray cat,
If it's
in
a cat,
Brindle,
you'll just have 8 extra lives.
gonna
yeah.
last longer than
Do
a
those
stray
come in the
cat
form of hero
Springfield.
points?
Hopefully not.
Boo. Those were either geese or someone's own pets.
What's the cost difference between resurrection? Resurrection and reincarnate?
Significant.
Of course
I
it
think
is.
it's like 700 gold difference.
Why don't we just
I mean,
succeed?
This is my friend Rex and my discount friend Tor.
Why don't we just...
Look, we tried the full pricing one once already. Alright?
I
Every
think
time-
Why don't we
absent,
just
absent
succeed
any,
at resurrecting him?
I think absent any information that says he would want to be reincarnated, I would rather do resurrection.
What was the first part of that?
Absent any information about.
Oh, whether or not he wants to.
Mhm.
He wants.
We have the funds to attempt reincarnation multiple times if need be.
We have the funds to attempt to resurrect multiple times if need be.
right?
You know him the best. Every time I try to ask a question about you two, you guys dodge it. So I don't know what to say. If you think resurrection is a better option, then
I feel like you would have probably gotten to know me at least a little bit at the camp. I'm not warm, but I was like while I was like staying at your place,
my
commune.
Yeah.
I wasn't like I wouldn't have been like avoiding you or anything like that. I would have been like earnest in my stay there.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, part of me, like some of the things he gets up to. Part of me wonders if he wouldn't be, as much as I don't approve of what he gets up to this a lot of the time. Part of me wonders if another race would make him feel more at home in those activities.
Do you want to be a halfling?
But at the same time,
Well,
just
yes.
because being reincarnated into the body of a giant would make knocking people out with my axe easier doesn't mean I necessarily want to be one.
Fair. Logistical question. Both reincarnate and resurrect. There's that religion check that you can see if either they don't want to come back or the soul is trapped or they refuse to come back.
Yes.
Does that allow for the could a soul reject a reincarnation attempt but not reject a resurrection attempt?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
They can
They
be
are aware of the nature of the return to the material plane. Yes.
Hey, when you bring it back, just get in. That's a cat. No,
Nope.
just get in.
Nope.
No.
I would, to be fair, that's what I would do.
Well, but
Yeah.
I think how it works is technically
Yeah, you don't know what you're being put into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just know like it's your body
not-
or
or it's
it's
not your
a
body.
body.
Yeah.
Here's 99 doors. Pick one.
Well, even if you get lucky and roll the same ancestry, it's still a new body.
Right.
Yeah.
True.
So it's,
Yeah. No,
I
it's
mean-
it's always
Could it be the same body if you rolled the same original race? It's a dead body that's nearby.
I would give it a percentage chance, but
Yeah,
it would be
yeah.
pretty
it
low.
would be low. It's
We just have to get rid of-
it is
You're
exactly
one in a million, Pat.
dead body
we
in
just
a
have to get
city.
rid of. We have to just go to a place where there's no other nearby human corpses. Where your
We
choices
have
are.
one of those.
Wait, what? We do?
I'm assuming the Thorn Waste is a pretty good
Oh
one.
yes, but we're not allowed back there.
No, we're just not allowed back in his house. We're allowed in
Yeah.
his yard.
Oh, we are.
That is true. Yeah. Yeah.
But anyway, my vote's for resurrection.
If we do reincarnate and he
Likewise.
rejects
Ooh,
it.
we could wait for you.
It does not use up any material.
Oh well, that's what.
As
we're
long,
Reincarnate
but
both
we
of us
have
and we
to
try for a Freaky
pass.
Friday.
There's a religion check at the front of this ritual
To know
that you
that.
need to successfully
What were your
hit
racial feats?
to correctly know that you don't need to burn the resources
How
on the
hard is
ritual.
that? Do you
That's
think?
an excellent
Ooh.
question that I do
I
not
don't
want
want
to
to
get
get
answer
into
to.
it.
I don't think it's very
Mine
high.
are less specific, I'm sure.
But it doesn't, based on the way it's worded, it doesn't tell you, hey, I don't want to come back as
Is it dark vision?
another creature. It's, hey, I don't want to come back.
I didn't even know.
It
you could.
doesn't wish
Yeah,
to
that's
return.
specific. Like,
It doesn't
the
say,
sunrise
like,
extremes.
by the way,
You get the
I don't want to
specific
come
ones. There's
back
only like one or two.
as something
In
else.
a new body.
Yeah.
Which one?
It's just if Pharasma has decided the target has come,
Oh, you
or
might
the
be
target's
right.
soul is trapped or doesn't wish to return.
To me, like even if I have to house rule it, I would say the soul would have knowledge of the nature of its return, and can use that.
That I agree with, but the aspect of that doesn't mean that we then know that he said no because
Yeah, you don't know why.
yeah.
Well, we'd have to try a resurrect after that and attempt the same check and try and
Yeah.
gauge willingness 2 different times if
What kind of
the reincarnate is rejected.
Maybe I was like, maybe I'll
Yes.
You weren't.
I mean, it's
sure.
4 hours
Got
to
it.
do the reincarnate first to figure that out. And are we going to spend resources to ensure that we make pass the reincarnate check for him to potentially say no, and then potentially not have resources for the check on the resurrect?
I hope it brings it back.
Well,
Define resources in character or out. I get what do you specifically
Out,
mean?
out of character, like abilities, slots,
There's someone.
hero points, etc.
There's someone that
I mean-
like recently.
Also, I'm vehemently
Well,
opposed
But you're
to,
only to be alive.
You're vehemently opposed to what?
to
You have to be
reincarnate
alive for me
without
to,
without the
Because
actual.
we've recently met
I mean,
Brindle.
this is a way
Like,
to
like,
try and
your
work
character
with
would
that,
recognize.
but the aspect of it
that's-
being like
That's very familiar.
it's
Gotcha.
cheaper, so
I wanted-
let's do this instead
that's what I'm hoping
is
to pass last.
crummy.
Not just for that reason. For many reasons.
It's as much
Those
that it
are-
is
Yeah.
easier to be successful at than it is cheaper.
Yeah.
But
I can't cast any of this anyway, so
let's just do the resurrection. I think.
Yeah.
it works this time. 100%.
That's my
Like
vote.
I think as part of the because I would be there first, right? Because I think I sleep until because I'm one of the secondary casters.
Well, to be fair, no one has said anything to the
Right.
clerics of Sarenrae about
Right.
this
So
at
I would
all.
go as
Yeah.
soon as I'm done. I would go ask the same people.
Okay.
Like and like since I like went to sleep at like dawn, I imagine this is like midday, roughly by the time I would do this. So I would be the first one there.
I would
Well-
still be healing people at the gates.
You spent some time with
Yeah.
Rex before you
Right.
rested, but yeah, I think you would find them just as busy as ever.
Mm-hmm.
But you would be able to track down the specific cleric who
Mhm.
performed the ritual last time.
Mm-hmm.
What do you talk to him about?
I'd ask both of. I'd ask him and the other cleric who's the secondary caster, because they actually still have an omen.
Okay.
If they would be willing to try again the next tomorrow morning.
They say yes, we could, provided you have the funds for the materials.
Absolutely.
The clerics look at you apologetically, but they seem stoic in their willingness to try again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I presumed we got like the Zach. I think we mentioned this. I presume we got basically
No, it was a traitor last
the
time.
best person we could for this.
To your knowledge, yeah.
Yeah, because like
15 and then a 10.
because like in theory,
No,
like,
I rolled a 15 this
It
I
time.
rolled
could
a
find
4
someone
the
else and
second
try
roll.
and give them
And
an
it rolled
omen and try
a-
and make them the
I
primary
rolled a
caster,
10
but I
because
don't
we
want
failed by
someone
1,
who's
and then it
substantially
rolled a 4
worse.
I needed like a 7 or
Uh,
better.
That's my
So it failed twice.
Yes.
This isn't,
10 and a
a
4.
Yeah, it's like-
metropolis.
it's
there
yeah,
aren't
exactly.
that
I
many
figured
people.
like there weren't
Was
that
that?
many
It's 1 and
people,
2.
so it's like I'd rather
That's
have
not
the
true.
person who's best at it than someone who's
What was the
worse.
successful
and
one?
I think
I can give her
when the
maybe not even
assistant
give the
cleric
reroll
rolled,
to. I
it's-
could
Oh,
not
helping
get
boy on the
what I
secondary.
want.
Yeah.
So I think I'd probably just go with the same
Was
person
one
because
and
at least
3.
the other secondary check
Oh, 1 and
is
2.
like
Yeah. 1 out of
we have
3.
that person has an
I
omen because they didn't
misheard.
have to use it last time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably find the same people because they were pretty good from what I remember.
Well, they'll give it their very best.
Mm-hmm. And I'll sort of just tell them as well. Just describe to them what we're doing. Like try to my friend was going to help. Like as we're doing the ritual, is going to be helping in the same area, like treat the wounded, and we'd like to do the ritual.
Where
Like-
would you like to perform the ritual then?
Like to do it among the sick and wounded. as a tribute to the edicts of Serenray, and my friend will be helping you treat those people here as much as he can. He's been going around the city.
Wait, you don't know that quite.
Well, I know you've been treating people. I presume.
I don't know. I mean,
No,
maybe not.
You don't know that I did.
Oh, you just walked off without saying anything.
Why I said,
Rex be like
let's
this.
see what I
sometimes.
can do.
yeah.
You
Okay.
get some rest.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah.
So
I'm kind
they
of
say
not all there cerebrally at this point after
Mhm.
being dead less than
Yeah.
12 hours ago. I just
You're
wandered
only
off.
dead for like 3 days, okay?
the cleric will tell you that they will be ready before dawn
Mm-hmm.
here at the chapel, and wherever you feel is the best place to perform the ritual, they will try. They feel that you're providing the impetus, you're providing the need here, and if this is how you want to approach it, they're happy to do so. So just let them know in the morning, and they will set up and begin the ritual alongside you whenever it's appropriate.
Mm-hmm. Like to, as with before, finish the ritual at dawn, when the light of Serenray first breaks the day.
So we will begin tomorrow at noon. Okay. If that's the case, so be it. You know where to find us. We will prepare our spells appropriately.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys have basically until around noon the next day to do whatever you need to do. Organize yourselves and whatnot.
Where did we crash after we got to town?
You were crashing in Serrano's sort of camp, yeah.
Okay.
I know this because I was dead and watching.
Fair. Yeah, then I guess if there's still cots or whatever for us there,
Absolutely there are, yeah.
that will be where I retire for the evening.
I'll just sleep next to Tor on my plinth that was next to his, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm kidding.
Just spooning his corpse. Miss you, buddy.
Somebody cares.
You should come back. Be a lot cooler if you did.
I told a lot of people you were gonna heal him. I really need you to come back. They didn't seem to believe me. My credibility's on the line.
You got him, man. You got him.
You push down in his chest and you just hear,
Make me a tabaxi.
I think he just said meow.
Did you ever find out? Can we use heroism at the?
I think Zach's
We talked about it for a
determination is
while.
no, but
And the same way that unless you actually sat there and guidanced somebody for 12 hours straight to give them
Yeah.
a +1,
Gotcha.
the heroism wasn't really gonna
Yeah.
get a function with it the way we want.
I think that makes the most sense.
I guess since I have some extra time, I'll go look for an archaic wayfinder.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Before I retire for the night,
shopping trip.
do you have the kukri?
Yes.
Can I borrow it for the evening?
Sure.
So much
Wall
appreciated.
to deal damage to.
I'm gonna chop this bridge in half, baby. Cool.
Yeah.
The 30 gold item that has long eluded me. The archaic wayfinder.
What's it actually even do? I don't even remember what you wanted at this point.
Helps him find magic items.
No, you can store a cantrip in it. Which doesn't matter for most people, but it matters a lot for me to be able to store an
Yeah.
cantrip.
That's
You're still
You can
unable
store
to
it
find it.
after.
I'm sorry.
That's fair. It's a cantrip.
Or so amped. It's not the same as,
It's not a focus spell.
or no, but it's not the same as like
spell slot.
What's the word? Heightened. It's amped. It's not heightened.
It's not heightened. It's amped and heightened. Heightened is just the spell level of a cantrip. Amped is something specific to it. Not that it matters because I failed to find it anyways. Give it a best shot.
You still have to shuffle your deck though if you fail to find.
And I guess if there's a
He was brainstorming.
if there's a wand of the other thing I guess I'd be interested is if there's a not that I'm probably gonna buy it at this point. Wand of Tailwind. It's like a second level wand of Tailwind and then a staff of divination. I'm just curious if I can find it. I will not be buying either of them.
Okay. You do find. Wow. Yeah, you do find Staff of Divination. Yeah, Immerstal has one.
Yesterday I was rolling to see if my players were finding specific magic items. I was 1 percentile. High was good. Rolled a 99 and a 98 back to back. And I'm just like,
Whoa.
well, you find him.
Damn.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
A regular one or a greater one?
It is a regular, Staff of the Unblinking Eye.
Okay. No wand though.
No on the wand. Although, Alandri says that she's pretty sure they could make one for you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the other interesting thing. That with 12 days left, some scroll ordering is probably in order.
Also, for what it's worth, you notice that they do have one other staff at Immerstal's. It's a greater Staff of Fire. Oh, I lied. They do have a Wand of Tailwind. I just didn't see it. It's right there. Yeah, it's Immerstal also has that. Yeah.
How much does that go for?
That's typical first level wand money.
Second level.
100.
It's up. He's looking for an upcast one though.
Oh,
it's a
you're looking
second
for a
level.
second level one.
Yeah.
He does not have a second level one. I'm sorry.
Okay.
He has a first level one.
Okay.
Again, they could make one for you.
Okay.
What's the difference between a first and second level one?
8 hours or 1 or something like that. That's why I always upcast mine because it's just like, cool, I'm doing this. We're going to adventure for the next 8 hours and I'm always going to be 10 feet faster. But then I learned that I was accidentally cheating when I had 50 feet of movement because it does not stack with my Arcane Cascade move speed buff, so I got a spell slot back.
Nice.
There you go. Well, anything else you guys want to do before noon the next day?
I can start a craft if anyone needs something.
When I go to bed for the evening, I take Shadow Steel off of my back, and then just like hold out the kukri. Just like, can you do this? I don't know.
Yeah, just have a good conversation.
I
like that.
He's saying, hey, this is your source material.
Right.
I like
I'm
this.
still like I think almost as much as me, Davian is also trying to figure out what this clearly
do.
absurd magic weapon that he has can do.
Yeah.
He's not sure.
It's fair.
It rejects your unrealistic beauty standards.
It's like, I'm cold iron already. You want, like, look how cool I am. Is this not good enough for you?
Well, are you crafting anything?
What can you craft that's fun?
I can craft anything that isn't an uncommon item.
Up to what level?
My level.
Are you a
not
master
bad.
yet?
Nope, I'm trained. We know I'm an expert.
You can't craft a +2 rune then. What can you do?
When we're met up for dinner
A plus
or whatever,
Like a
the
plus
evening
2 weapon
before it
rune?
starts, I'd fill him in on sort of
for
the
weapons.
status discussions that I had
What level is that?
with Serana.
Oh yeah.
And I would mention that they have plans to assemble siege
I don't
weaponry,
know.
and that might be a good use of Redrick's time.
DC would be really high though.
It says you have to be a master
How,
in crafting for
Oh really?
craft requirement master.
I didn't know that happened.
Expert.
I don't know
plus
what
one.
level siege weaponry is.
Yeah, I read this like
The heavy
long
ballista is level
crafting
8,
guide. Nowhere did it mention that certain items were locked behind.
which he can do.
It might be rune specific.
Yeah, maybe. But like, still, they should mention that if that's a thing. I think.
I would also comment on Zeta Rex. Did you notice yet?
What?
Been marked by Sarenrae since you came back.
Not a lot of mirrors around.
Yeah. Is there any glass or anything like that nearby, like a window?
I mean, there should be windows, yeah.
So I'll point him over to a window, and tell him, look at your reflection.
I don't know if you'd even be able to see it.
I'd look.
If he's dirty, I'll cast Prestidigitation to clean him off.
He is definitely dirty.
I'm no longer dirty.
I think you could probably
Clean the
notice.
window too.
And the window if I have to.
I'll unwrap the like cloth that I imagine I keep on the glaive's
Yeah.
head, so as in
Mhm.
public not to potentially have someone get wounded. And it's silvered, right? Maybe
Oh,
shinier.
yeah.
Yeah, that's probably
That's a good point.
I'll try and look at my reflection, or half of it in that.
You clearly see these marks starting at your eyes.
You see them 4 times as well as we can.
Yeah.
No, they're close enough that you can see them fine too. It's
Not
not.
4 times clearer, 4 times further.
Yeah.
HD.
You've seen SC.
I
you've
guess.
seen 4K.
That's appropriate. What do you think, Redrick? Am I prettier now?
Yes.
Get a room.
No question.
No doubt.
What does Redrick make of that?
The tears.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's really time to process it yet. I think he's just like happy that you're back, and just like, I mean, I guess he's kind of also wondering if the tears were Rex's choice or Sarenrae's choice,
Something else altogether.
or neither.
Oh, and I'll get out my hero mat and offer you. You're the first person in the Vale that believed enough in this to give it a try. Care to try again?
Yeah, let's do it. A lot happened in the last few days. Maybe there's more to believe in than I thought. Maybe we'll talk about that another time, Redrick.
Well, glad you have faith in me to do this. As I said, you had faith before everyone else did.
No. Aside from probably Tor.
He just sort of laughs a little bit at that.
Actually, now that I think about it, his response is usually not one of faith, but one of just do this thing, I guess.
I think you've summed it up very eloquently and accurately.
I've got to represent the man well. At least till he's back here.
Well, Sarenrae, make it so. Hey, Redrick.
That's my hope.
And I'll like draw out the in my mat. I'll draw out like two sets of triangles that sort of overlap with each other. So there's like 6 runes total, and then in the center, like this is the same as before. It's the same as before, but in the center there's like more runes than just those 6, almost like there's writing in the center. And then I will start shuffling the deck. Then it starts shuffling themselves, and the runes sort of light up. Like the center runes actually light up slowly, sort of like over time. And like by the time the ritual's over, they're fully lit. And do the same sort of thing where actually in this case would paint like on one of your hands, one of the things they would paint would be a sun, actually, and then on the other hand would be a star. Then as those like sort of at the end of the ritual, those marks just sort of like slide off of your hand and into the center of the circle. So I think like as we're doing this, you get to like focus on, like think about what you're trying to accomplish, like what your goals are, and the way it doesn't like there's not a secondary caster for this act, right? It's a 1-person ritual. But like the way
What ritual?
It's the Harrow.
Oh yeah, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah. Oh no, there is no secondary caster, but like I just want to reaffirm you're okay with this, like somebody you like aiding me by doing that sort of like mental focus on what they're trying to accomplish.
I think it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
I think my focus at this time would be around like both how to assist in like I guess in one sense healing Tor's soul to his body, but also healing the wounded in the city to really strengthen like the people of the Vale. So like a medicine focus is what I'm going for.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
24.
Nice. So I'll get a +1 then. That's a regular success. I think I'll do 3. You want 3 or 2?
Sure.
What was 3 then? Correct. I'm going to hero point that. So I rolled a natural 1.
Are you sure you want to hero point that versus a ritual that you're gonna roll?
Well, I
a lot
have
more
something
importantly?
else for the ritual, but
You
so I
should
can't
really
fail.
pull your
I
weight
can't.
up for the important roll.
I can't like actually crit fail this because I have like enough.
Yeah, your bonus is too high.
It's too high. It's like exactly. I've set it exactly. to
Just
that
give me a
point.
regular fail.
You
Unless you want to get rid of the hero point, which I understand.
I roll my omen, so as long as
I
I
had to
don't.
reel it back in. I forgot myself.
No, I'm gonna use the hero point.
Yeah.
Getting back to my normal self. Get rid of these hero points.
Regular success. Yes. Okay. So first one. Okay, you get a skill check. 'Cause I rolled 2 4s.
Hooray!
So books. So skill check.
Critical success.
Yes, critical success. And the next one is another skill check or a. It's 5. I should know this by now. So you can have a second skill check, or you can have will save. Crit.
I guess I'll take a will save, even though.
It's
Skill
Your
check.
destiny. Whichever one.
Yeah, I'll take the goal save.
Okay, and then the last one is I literally rolled another 4 and a 5. So
There you
it's
go.
You can have a second.
A regular skill check.
Yeah, so that's what you have for this. I rolled my omens for the next day too, and I also got a 4
Quick,
and a 6.
Hey,
so I
so
can-
something to be said
last
for
time-
consistency.
After last time where I had so much trouble rolling a 4, I just rolled like 6 out of 8 4s. It was wild. And then sort of like the cards that will show up for you. You'll see like the sun card come up right again. The faith card, and then stars. And then those will just sort of like zoom in, almost like zoom into you, and you feel sort of like the burst and the strands of fate perhaps altered.
Perhaps.
I could have used this earlier today, I feel like, but make sure that it has better effect tomorrow.
Quick, Rex, try and poison me so I get some new cards.
Okay.
Quick, someone let me swing my weapon at them so I can get some new cards.
We still have some poison.
Alright.
I do. I could do it.
You
I
could.
could drink the very, very dangerous poison from the whatever the kidnappers
Oh, yeah.
were.
You could. Yeah, there you go.
Funny.
The Spider-Man.
The Spider-Man.
From Peter Parkour.
Well, with that,
Bedge.
you guys rest. Wake up in the morning.
I'm gonna start a craft.
On what?
A bronze bull pendant.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I can expend it to get a +2 on my athletics check to shove, and if I'm successful, they're pushed twice as far back.
Sick.
So, if someone's 20 feet from a cliff, well, that's not a crit.
You're 10 feet.
If someone's 10 feet from a cliff and think they're safe from a shove, I just
A little extra.
a little extra.
I love it.
It's only like 7 gold.
What does it take you to copy a rune?
I need to understand how to. I mean, I can just. Is it?
It was more of a curiosity of if you could learn the decaying rune that
So
we
I
have
can-
on that weapon.
Is it an uncommon rune? I think it might be.
I have no idea.
I think
It's just a thought that occurred to me.
No, I lied. It
That
is
means-
not uncommon.
I can make it right now, technically speaking, but it's
It's expensive. But-
expensive. It's an 8th level item, so the DC is 24. So I need to roll a 13 or higher to make it. And I only lose anything if I critically fail, and because I don't have the schematic, it'll take me 2 days instead of 1 day to make it.
But you should do your. That's just an option for future craft.
I could
Something for you to
I could
learn.
disassemble our decaying rune we have now and try and reverse engineer it, but it would destroy it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I get half materials back.
No.
No, I figured that was the answer.
It'd be better to just keep it on that blade for the value of
I know.
what it sells for as it stands, which is a lot.
Oh, and Zach, before Brunar goes to bed too, just gonna meditate for a few minutes, and then the invocation that I sent you last time, I'm gonna think it in my head and then just end it with, could really use an extra little push tomorrow.
All right. Fair enough.
And then I have my little amulet, sort of holding it while I do that.
All right. You all sleep dreamlessly, some more than others, and
One of us sleeps like the dead. One of us sleeps as the dead.
you wake up, break your fast with the soldiers, and yeah, I suppose go over to the cathedral to prepare.
Mm-hmm.
When all of you arrive, the obviously things are still hectic and busy. You are able to find the clerics after some searching, and the first thing they say is that they're ready, and they ask, "Well, have you decided where the best place you feel is to begin this ritual?"
Any additional people gathered near the temple?
Are there? There are some, but it's hard to tell because things are pretty busy.
Gotcha. That nat one didn't move the people.
It's treasy.
It's crazy.
Where people are being treated and healed, where we would like to do it.
Do you wish to perform the ritual where people are being treated and healed by those disciples of Sarenrae, or by anyone? Because I do know both our good friends over at the Temple of Pharasma and the halfling clerics over at the Shrine of Chaldira are both very well engaged in healing the populace as well.
Well, I think we'll be hoping to.
Well, I mean, are both churches healing the same people? Refugees?
Everybody is healing refugees. Pharasma's temple is closer to the southern gate and also to the graveyard, so they tend a lot to the bodies more than we do.
Sure.
The Temple of Chaldira tends to halfling population mostly, and also the very, very poor and indigent tend to gravitate toward Chaldira's grasp. But there are people in need, refugees in need everywhere.
Probably here then.
Well, if what you want is as many refugees as possible, or as many people being healed as possible, I think the best possible thing you can do is ensure that when individuals here are no longer in need of our healing, that they are transported away.
Mm-hmm.
Our biggest challenge is not in finding people to help, it's in making room for them.
I look over at Davian. Any chance you can sway some people to clear up some space so that we can get more wounded over here and less of those fit to move in the way?
I can try.
The difficult thing is finding where to put them.
Is it finding space for them?
Yes.
True.
We can use our warfare lore to organize a triage camp.
Or bring a lot of unwounded people.
We know how to organize wounded people.
And cast
with
haste
warfare
Or
lore.
bring a lot of unwounded people over here, cast haste on me, and then we can have a lot of people to heal.
Everyone, high five.
So sorry.
Are you using warfare lore?
I mean, as far as organizing a place, sure, but does that include making room? Would that work for making room too?
I mean, not necessarily, but it might help give you context or...
Sure. See if that helps.
Yeah, I'll try. Or I guess
Ooh,
also
you should try.
proficient in warfare lore. So
You should try.
We can work together. One can aid and one can do it.
Warfare.
Okay, which is better than mine. I didn't roll a natural 1, but man.
33.
Whoa.
Pretty good.
Something that strikes you is that
The hammer.
there's only one place that you can think of that you've seen with room, and that is the training grounds, where the old market used to be. The place where Serana is training militia members.
Mr. Krabs, I have an idea. I'll be right back. I've got to go talk to Serrana. 1 second. So I will hustle over there.
Okay.
Um,
They are sort of in full training mode at this point.
it's just like mid-morning right now, or
Yeah, we're getting close to lunch when the ritual's set to start.
Serrana, I have an unorthodox request of you for this afternoon.
Some new training regimens for the militia.
Sort of not. How would you feel about giving these militia trainees the afternoon off?
I don't love the idea.
Redrick and I, we Runar has learned that it is possible to channel additional power potentially from Saren Ray if we are administering to her
Davian,
favored.
I'm sorry, this means very little to me. What is it you need of me?
We need the space
For who?
for the wounded of the city to do a large-scale triage and medical undertaking.
I see. Make a diplomacy check.
You're actually good at these, I think. I'm about to be better than this 3 that I rolled.
Okay. Are you?
Yes.
I am.
Okay.
Like, not by a ton, but it was an improvement. Grand total of 19.
19. Serrana thinks on this a long time, but then says, a day or two of break from training will mean little for these militia members. And perhaps, instead of giving them the day off, we treat this as an opportunity to
Them to work to heal.
learn how to treat the wounded that they will invariably encounter
I love it.
in the coming battle.
Perfect.
It'll be fun.
And they can just watch us work and mostly.
Oh, she means the other guys.
How does that sound to you?
That sounds perfect.
Well then, Davian, she says as she puts a hand on your shoulder, good luck. And she leaves.
All right.
She's like, I actually could really use a break. That sounds awesome.
She talks to some of her lieutenants who don't leave. They stay with you to help. But they look to you for guidance. What to do next.
Yeah, okay. I will round up her lieutenants.
Okay.
And basically, so I assume that there used to be like merchant cells and stuff, and now it's literally just mostly a wide open space?
Yes.
Okay. So I will have them, people pull out bedrolls that they've been using, or whatever passes for other cots, because I assume there has to be a barracks basically here, have the lieutenants have them clean up the barracks and prepare it for guests for a bit.
Okay.
Literally just take some, I'm sure there's like wooden training dummies or something, and literally make like an aisle or a thing where people can form a line to come into this place, and we can administer this aid as efficiently as possible in orderly fashion, so it's not literally just cool. There's 1,000 people standing here now that all need help, but we'll actually do triage of who goes back to these beds and sort of sees has aid administered first, and disseminate it through the lieutenants and have them each take a detachment of the trainees and
Go ahead and
Set
roll
that aside.
another. I guess you could do another warfare lore, or another role of your choice that you feel like would be appropriate for commanding these lieutenants.
yeah, definitely Lorefare.
Okay.
Yep.
Warfare.
Yep. Man, the first one was incredible.
boy.
I just used it.
Yeah.
A
I'm
20.
Under 3 and
Okay.
10, though.
All right.
Proud of you.
They carry out your orders dutifully, and while the militia is clearly not, a crack group of troops, they seem to be interested in the novelty of it, and so you don't see a lot of grumbling or a lot of complaining going on.
They're not happy to have a break from constant drilling, probably.
Maybe. So while that's going on, the ritual is set to begin.
I will also have one of the lieutenants act as a runner to come and inform Redrick that we are setting up
The lieutenant says, yeah, he'll take care of it.
Me in the square. All right, clear your space. We're gonna do the resurrection ritual right here. Just not actually.
So, what the rest of you, are you doing anything while this is going down? You do hear back from Davian's sort of work in the central square at this point.
Is the intent to do it there or
Do you mean the
resurrection?
resurrection here in the?
It's still doing it here at Serenity Temple.
It's just that
I'm
with a
healing
place to
people
move
around.
the injured away,
Mhm.
they should be able to do a lot. You and the rest of them should be able to do a lot more healing here.
Okay. Well, what I'm doing is I'm healing as many people as I can in this area.
I'm confused. So does this not help the ritual, or it does, or it doesn't? The ritual didn't have to be also where this triage unit now
It
is.
includes it increases the throughput that he can do for healing because more people who actually need healing are going to be in the area where they're doing the healing. So yeah, you're
The problem with healing here at the cathedral is that there's no place for people to go after they've been healed. They just sit around and block the square from injured people entering.
Yeah.
So having what you've configured is a place for all of these people to go and wait for the next step or whatever it might be, while the injured people have a way to now navigate to be healed again.
We've given a destination to keep things moving, at
Yeah.
least as more than it currently is, pretty much.
So, anything else before we begin the ritual?
Cast heroism on the head priest.
I'm not useful at magic.
No, actually, I don't have prepared.
I like clap both Redrick and Davian on the shoulder, and Redrick and Rex on the shoulder. Because you're not.
I feel like Ghost Pet.
Yeah.
You just cast Ghost in the
Yeah.
area.
I think it goes
Been
like there.
waiting.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll be helping with the healing during this.
I stay
Okay.
good to make sure that there's a credit.
Yeah.
Every 10 minutes I can cast Lay on Hands 24 HP.
Okay, that's pretty significant.
Your ritual
So-
would go haywire if I was not.
One time today. And I would have found a time to do it yesterday too, but look, my gloves of healing that I have that just once per day, it's like 2d6 plus 7.
Let's
Feel
go.
better. Yeah. It's like
That one guy
someone
feels
who
so
looks
good.
real
Also-
looks real bad that it's like no one's gonna be able to even like learn from this,
You
and
just
also
fix
this
a
person
leg
seems
that's-
useful. Congratulations, you just gained 18 HP.
Just
Wow.
fix. He
That
just
was a
fixed.
great roll.
Yeah, great roll.
He just fixed a leg that's inverted at the knee.
Where is it?
Could use all the faith you can offer as he claps both of you on the shoulder and gets ready for the ritual.
You got this.
I'm also going to prepare a little display of faith for when
Lance
the
is
ritual's
hiding from
when the
camera
ritual's
again.
about to complete. So I'm saving that for Dawn.
Okay.
He's just shy.
I don't
Alright.
think it'll do anything, but I'm doing it anyway.
It's because I keep.
Do you have a
saying
holy
it's
symbol I can borrow?
I have a holy symbol.
But he'll get used to it eventually.
I feel like
we have a holy symbol.
What do you need it for?
Oh, you
I
guys
was gonna wear it.
You guys take that rug out of my bag before you try to revive me.
He's talking about a trophy he's got.
I don't think I need it to cast Lay on Hands.
Mhm.
In which case, I'll let you borrow it.
Yeah, so I'll take his holy symbol and I'll just wear it during the course of the ritual.
Okay. So starting with our secondary checks.
Okay.
First things first, you're doing society.
Yeah, it was so good.
Did you do the rituals for the first and second commands too?
Can't. He did the cards for them.
So one of them has it already, but the other one has like other cards still left, so they can't get
Yes,
another
you're right,
one.
you're right, I
But
see.
so I got a
Which one has it still?
Important.
the secondary has it.
Shit.
So I got a 33 on the society roll.
Not bad.
Yeah,
So
I
that's a
was
success.
cooked on it.
So now we have one roll to get an 11 in that last check.
So secondary check medicine.
Fuck. That's it.
So you didn't need to hit the point. I actually still had a reroll card left. I would not have done that. I would not have done that otherwise.
31.
Yes.
Both successful.
We did it again on the secondary.
So
And neither one of you crit though.
No. It's,
Oh, you have the 37.
Yeah, it's
crit.
a nat 20 only situation.
So we advance into our ritual phase. Everybody begins to.
Isn't there a religion check at the start of this where we make sure
Technically,
that
yes,
Thor is down to come back?
that is true.
I
Yes.
realized after last session that we kind of forgot that part.
He rolled really, really well. The head priest rolled
We wasted it.
34. So,
Kevin! 34!
does Tor or Hran tank this resurrection?
We talked about this, so you can give him the answer. That stands.
Okay. Well, you sense the cleric senses the cleric senses a
I mean, to be fair, if I didn't,
Conflict.
I sure would sit here the whole time.
Does one soul want to come back and the other one doesn't?
But-
Jesus Christ.
does not feel the spell dissipate, the ritual dissipate, but does mention to you that there's a conflict within this soul that the likes of which he's never really encountered.
Do I remember?
Oh my god.
I don't think so. I think
Wait.
you might in time. but-
Action economy. We reincarnate Hran into one body, into another, and suddenly there's 6 of us. Just saying.
Genius.
Genius.
Ugh, figured it out.
Suddenly this is the right call. As long as the one for Hran ends up in a dog.
Oh my god.
It just makes me think of when
As the ritual's closing
and still just
and
cast
dawn's
spells.
breaking, I'm going to cast
That just solar
Sign of
detonations.
Conviction, and I think I mentioned this to you about this spell before, but and sort of like touch the front of my tabard where my holy symbol is, and indicate it to rise above my head, and a prism, like a light prism, of my holy symbol will just appear, made physical in the air above my head, and it'll move from being my holy symbol, and the wings will sort of spread out into a sun and just focus specifically on Sarenrae,
Oh, that's cool.
and then redirect. And I'll stand between Tor and the dawn so that when the light hits the prism, it directs right onto his body.
Okay. That's pretty cool.
That's-
That is pretty cool. Yes. You're healing like crazy.
I think I'd pause as they're getting close to
Okay.
the moment. And I think I'd go over and I'd stand next to Tor, his body. It's not Hran's body right now. I'd stand next to it. I'd put a hand on his shoulder and just, like, very low, just say, if this works out, you'll definitely have won me over, Sarenrae. I'll just leave it at that and step back.
Okay. All right. Excellent. The sun begins to light the horizon and slowly peeks over the walls of the city, illuminating the great glass of the chapel, and of course then reflecting onto Redrick's contraption.
Improvised Sarenrae symbol.
That's right. They're right. The glowing sun symbol rising above his head. And as the chanting sort of reaches its apex, our
Coin flip.
head cleric tries to pull the soul back into the body before you. As before,
I won't subject you to it again if you really don't want to.
As before, Atya has a plus 20 to this check. We have plus 1 for our timing here at dawn. And another plus 3 for your various efforts today in order to make this as effective as possible. We're looking for
Last shot,
a...
Lenny. Do you want the metal D20 for this, or do you want the one that's in Zach's hand already?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, I think it's enough.
That's enough.
That is just about as close as we can get.
Oh my god.
One less is the best. That's the closest.
Yeah, 8 was we needed.
We need an 8.
Oh my god.
We just couldn't double digit it, could we? We just were like, a 10 was the best we were ever gonna get on this roll, wasn't it?
Wait, single digit. Which single digit? It's important. Which single digit?
You guys really cut it close here. Oh my gosh. Prontor, you see floating in the void as your gaze upon this fabric of reality before you as it melds into one another, as I described earlier. You suddenly are overwhelmed by a feeling of warmth that is alien to you in this place that lacks almost all feeling apart from the gentle tugging of the river on your soul toward that spiral of finality. And as your vexing duality of a soul spins against this newfound heat, you look and see a star form among the river. Its gravity pulling you toward it gently. You sense that the pull is not inexorable. That should you wish it, you could stay here and float gently to that spiral in the distance. But you also sense that a familiar sentiment within this star. You can feel, while perhaps it is not created by one of your peers, they certainly facilitated in its creation, in creating this tunnel back to the material. And should you allow it, it pulls you and sort of consumes you in its light. And you find that light that fills every direction of your senses suddenly shift to a bright light in your vision as you stare up into the dawn sky of Brindle.
So, as the ritual comes to a close, as the pull finishes, you all feel you all that are close to Rontor's body feel a burst of warmth and see motes of fire flicker in a spiral
Shit.
around it. And quickly they're quelled. And enough, the temperature change is enough to make anyone who feels it probably shiver from how quickly it cools down, and you see snow kind of materialize sparsely through the air as Rontor opens his eyes, looks up, sits up, and you just see him like grunt and really struggle with the weight of sitting back up. Why did I know?
I reach my hand forward to help you up on your feet.
If you so his eyes, he would look up and then he would just sort of shut his eyes and be just talking to himself, kind of ignoring the rest of the world for
No, that's fair.
a little bit, probably 30 seconds or a minute. But in the wake of the whole ritual,
you do find yourself surrounded by a great deal of people. Obviously, there are some clerics you don't recognize here surrounding you. Runar is nearby, as are all of your allies, apart from Davian, who is very busy elsewhere.
I would have come for sunrise.
Oh, you would have?
specifically,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Same as yesterday,
Okay.
or 2 days ago.
But
Way to go,
you are
Elsa.
surrounded by a great deal of people that you do not recognize and don't really understand what's going on.
Yeah, for the first like minute though, I wouldn't even acknowledge any of it. I would just be sitting there surrounded by this like mass of people, just like muttering to myself. You would hear me probably swear a handful of times, basically saying, it wasn't just your choice. We could have been done. No, you're gonna stay. You just take a break for a while. This is why I run the show so often. You make these decisions. I just finally look up and look around and start sort of seeing all of you that are around. Is it pretty obvious who the priestess is that raised me?
I think so. I think you'd recognize right away, just based on the ritual and how things are set up.
I would like look at her for a while.
She sort of meets your eyes. Just sort of has she looks exhausted, but you can tell there's like a slight smile in her eyes.
And I just start getting up wordlessly to her.
I'll walk over to him once I've like given him his second to collect himself, and just help him to his feet if you're not gonna fight it.
I would probably like look over and see you coming, and then
give you sort of like take your arm and
Yeah.
help myself up.
Yeah. Not done yet, little bro. Glad to have you back.
Yeah. It's calmer on the other side. It's quieter. I just look around again. You see Tor like trying to find words.
The cleric, Atya, while you collect yourself here trying to find what to say, does heal you. Heal your wounds. So you, well, still have some non-physical wounds, let's say. Your HP will return to maximum.
Sure. He, as his wounds heal, he seems to move more lightly, you know, a little more smoothly, in some ways, but still looks very weighed down, overall. But he would look around for a while, and then would just. Where are we?
We're in Brindle, near the Cathedral of Serenray.
Where's the band?
The ones who we fought, dead, all of them. But
The army.
the rest of the army is probably near Nimon Gap by now, based on what Davian heard.
Okay. And then he starts walking away.
Does your expression look disappointed? I say this from the
Not
very perceptive-
disappointed, but
Conflicted.
no, tired.
Mm-hmm.
like
That's how I looked.
You get the impression that I don't think disappointed is quite the right word, but you get the impression that Tor was
Weary.
very, very content where he was at.
Atya turns to you, shakes your hand, offers a hand to shake,
Yeah, that's your
sort of nods to you, but doesn't say anything. And then
give her a small smile.
she and the other cleric will follow, who follows her. They just go back to the chapel to continue helping refugees.
They had asked for money. Run. I assume they asked for the payment.
Oh, yeah, they wouldn't have even started with that.
I assume. No, we didn't say it.
I was
so-
gonna make that. I was gonna make that joke too.
Run and dash. Resin dash.
Tor,
get
kill
up.
me.
Tor, get up, run!
I'll hand you back your
They like
holy
unplug him.
symbol and say it's enough to make anyone believe in the power of Serenray.
She's the one that sent me on this path in the first place. The other two merely support my ideals.
Well, with the group back together, let's take 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a small break, and we'll be back to see what's next.
I'm not here for a cocktail.
We needed every ounce of what we can.
body.
So,
It's just gonna
Tor.
feel inferior from now on.
Tor and Rex, you're obviously not feeling your best. You won't be feeling your best for a number of days.
Because I can't photosynthesize.
Because you can't photosynthesize, that's correct.
You're only
Now-
-1 on all those stuff. Mine's -2 for Raised Dead. You get the benefit of it just being -1.
Is that right? It's only -1?
Yeah, it's
Only-
less for resurrection than raised dead.
Resurrect is strictly better.
And is that
Nothing to do with the fact that you don't have to roll for Raised Dead.
Yeah.
It's just guaranteed to go through.
just get rich friends? Well, we got one.
So, now you are faced with the dilemma of
The rest of the day.
the city and the rest of this day and the rest of this week and the rest of this time until D-Day. So we can handle this however you'd like. I think I'll err on your preference. There are major milestones that are going to happen between now and then that I'll obviously stop and discuss. But this is largely up to how you all want to handle. It's not necessarily downtime, because what you do can have an effect on the world. That said, you can use this as downtime if you really want to.
Well, so one thing that we completely require and have to strong arm Tor into is healing literally every single
was-
wounded person.
I was waiting
And-
to see if you would let him just walk out of there. Wait! You can't go. You can't.
I
go.
think. Well, I would.
We'd give you a minute.
Oh, I wouldn't hold you to it. Nobody believed me when I said that anyway, so they didn't show up yesterday.
Look, just like heal like 3 people and then go take a nap. Okay, just.
No, I'm saying that's in the course of the next few days. I'll let whoever sort that out with you, but
Where do you walk to?
Making his way downtown.
Choose a direction?
I was gonna say I'd follow him, and
West.
You pass. You pass
Away
a
from the
grand cemetery. It is strangely one of the quietest places in the entire city, despite a number of people being laid to rest by the clerics of Pharasma. Currently, people do not seem to want to sleep here in the cemetery, and so it is much quieter than the surrounding areas.
imagine I catch up to you, and assuming you're not like sprinting through the city.
No. I'm walking very slowly. Like
Yeah.
it would not take much.
And like I look at
But
this.
I would probably like as I approach the cemetery, I would probably start like walking through it. Is it just like a grid of graves, or is there like
It's not that well organized. You can tell parts of the cemetery are much older than other parts. So there are parts where graves are just like teeny little stones that are almost unrecognizable in the ground, and then there are some areas with huge monoliths. But it is, I think the thing that strikes you about it is, despite it being sort of not cleanly plotted, it is immaculately cared for. The park, as it were, of the cemetery is beautiful. It has trees and flowers, and it almost looks like a garden in some places.
Yeah, I would walk through amongst the trees and flowers, and I would probably eventually get kind of tired as it hits me that I am like physically worn down still, and sit next to one of those just small worn down stubs of a gravestone. just sit there for a while until you catch up.
Yeah. Tor, if you're hungry, I can think of better places to try and find something to eat.
I think there's meat under here somewhere.
Didn't
At
pick it
least
up.
they cook it up north.
True. Strange they have this whole place to, all this space where they bury their dead. Much
Maybe
more
it's in
use-
case they need to bring them back at some point. Well cataloged.
Much more used to the pyres. A cleaner end,
At least
I've
then,
always thought.
at least then you know you're gone. Except for that one guy that someone figured out how to bring back as a plant man.
I hear he runs laps to the Underdark to
That'd
Dylan.
be the worst job for him. He needs the sun.
I know.
Yeah.
He's got to run fast, okay?
There are all these really expensive like sunlight rations you can buy.
Sunlight
No, legitimately, they're potions. They're just sunlight.
That's hysterical.
I have some other characters just in case. But they're expensive, yeah. Compared to rations, anyway.
I'd hope not to see something like this again, but we'll do what we have to do to make sure it doesn't get any worse.
Yeah. I'll look around at the city, which is... It's been a while since I would have seen a city quite this large. I'll do my best to help protect it. I know that you all just were doing what you thought was right. I'll do my best to help you all in return. This was just easier to stay there.
No, maybe it's not fair that we brought you back, but I think that, as your father would like to say, what's fair is not always what. Something's unfair doesn't mean it's not right.
Yeah. I'll get up and start walking away and just say, would have just been nice to hear from him again. And I'll go and head back to the grounds.
Now that the actual serious moment is past. How would you have felt about being a plant person?
Davian's just been like following you from a
Yeah.
safe distance.
You're like reading through the reincarnation manual.
God.
That seems like it'd be okay.
Morgan Canaan's Guide to Reincarnation or something.
For the record, resurrection fine, reincarnation only if like the veil is gonna be fucked if I'm not back.
Well, nice to know you shared your opinion at least.
I yeah.
I'm with you too. I'd be like, yeah, same.
Just a bunch of racists.
just towards rats.
Yeah.
Not rat
It's-
folk, just actual literal rats.
Okay.
Is it racism if you're just xenophobic? Is it the same thing?
What if I just like who I am?
Oh, I see.
Being comfortable in your own skin.
I mean, it is like if you ask yourself, like if you died,
Oh, yeah.
you have the option to get reincarnated into a random body.
Yeah.
Would you want to?
It's a pretty tough sell. That's a pretty tough sell, even if it's just humans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, because like you think of even just like anyone else who is stat block wise aligned to you, it's like that's still kind of gross.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would say, like, even if I thought I was going to be reincarnated into someone, I'm like, wow, this is like a really successful person that's like really good looking. I would still prefer resurrection.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
gonna be weird otherwise.
Supply and demand.
Unless
Everybody
you were,
wants resurrected.
unless you were,
Fewer people want reincarnated.
unless you were a changeling, I guess. Then
It
you
actually
don't
doesn't
really
cost
have
us at all. It
Yeah.
is just about
specific
who wants
appearance
what.
that you care about.
It's the same ritual. It's just more expensive.
One uses orange flowers, the other uses blue flowers. They have half and half. It's just more people
Yeah.
want the orange ones.
I think I'll, if Tor will sort of let me, I'll like start guiding him back to the rest of them and see if we can all go get something to eat.
Absolutely.
I guess it was a long night.
Yeah.
Do you have any changes visibly from your ordeal?
I don't know. You're looking at me.
Zach, does he have any visible changes?
I think that's up to you to decide. Visible or non-visible, I think. You're left with some sort of lingering change.
I don't think
But
so
it-
with Resurrect.
No? Nothing?
Oh,
I think not. With
Oh, I thought that was,
okay, never mind.
my apologies.
If he had crit succeeded, he would have been.
Wait, it's a good thing to be marked? Interesting.
They don't hurt. It's not a negative impact.
No, the target is also permanently changed in some way by their time in the afterlife.
Where do you see that?
It's under crit success.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Weird.
Well,
But it says-
but the success
As
is
crit
as
success.
crit
Yeah,
success.
okay, yeah.
But with
Oh!
downside.
Yeah. So you have like,
I didn't
Oh,
read
interesting.
the fine text.
so you have like,
And by fine text, I mean
Yeah.
the literal first part of success. I was reading back.
Except
Yeah.
But you
I
weren't
also-
expecting to care about a 42 on that DC roll. Like,
No, I just didn't read closely enough. I appreciate trying to help me out with.
I do
my
the
lack
same
of
thing though.
attentive-
Like I skip whatever the front part of the sentence is because I'm like it's just intro stuff.
Mm.
Yeah,
it's
we don't need
fluff.
this. So something to think about.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
very open-ended.
Sure.
So
Yeah. I will think on it.
So, the new day begins. The Davian, do you provide any guidance for this makeshift refugee camp that you've created?
yeah, I mean, it's literally just supposed to be once people are whatever passes for back on their feet, supposed to.
them towards like
Or
the east
I
side.
was gonna
Yeah.
say actually,
Through
tell
the
them
east
to gather at the east gate or just past it. I guess logistically, I don't know what makes the most sense there. But if I pull that out of my butt in the moment, which I probably do, then today I owe a visit to the east gate to be like, hey, this is gonna be where we're sending some people. Because just to try and figure out how that's gonna fit in with the Tasker Will's horses that are gonna sort of also go to this effort, and then
Again, you haven't heard any details about that yet.
okay,
Or you know it was discussed, but you don't know anything about how it's actually going to work. You can
I
probably
bust
find
my
out. though.
logistics degree.
Okay.
I'm trying to make a pun.
Just to clarify, I'm not sure if we know the answer. They've sent messengers to Denevar asking for aid, but they didn't get to hear
That was the
anything,
one.
right?
No, they heard. They just said
But
we're
I felt
not
like I could
helping.
keep that.
They
We're not
specifically
saying-
said no.
Yes, that's correct.
I was worried that the
I'm
hobgoblins were
glad that we
pushing
came to
messengers.
the same. we came to the same.
We're the-
decision
ooh.
tree node. At
Oh,
the
God.
end.
Somehow more depressing. The messengers successfully reached there and returned, and it was
Unless,
still we're getting
unless,
no
they,
help.
unless they were killed and replaced by spies.
That's the paranoia.
This could just be
I'm
true
expecting.
of anyone.
I mean, Zach, fucking
Imagine
there's some
being killed and replaced
false
by
Saren race
spies.
serving bastards
Right.
in front of
Right.
us.
I did do that.
Can't trust anyone now.
crazy.
You find that the Temple of Chaldera is quite near the East Gate,
The realm you saw
and so
was
the East Gate is
beautiful,
populated
right?
mostly by
Right? It wasn't
like a
void,
halfling,
right?
an impromptu halfling village that has like sort of set up a camp here.
Okay.
Resurrection. And then if something goes
What's the status of the gate and outside the gate?
The East Gate is locked and closed.
Okay.
Since no one's really trying to get in from the east, they don't really have anyone guarding it like they do the other gates.
Okay.
That's a rookie mistake.
Well, I'm gonna go try and talk to Serana and or Jarmeth again today. After it sounded like there was a team breakfast somewhere was happening, so obviously
Oh,
I need
yeah.
breakfast.
Brunch with
Discuss anything that we should this morning.
I have noticed that Runar and Contour are flipped on the sheet. We're gonna worry about that next time.
Oops.
Oh yeah,
Because when Jordan was here, that was the last time we had 5. Anyways,
I'm actually reincarnated as Bruno. I was telling him if he also died, we could do reincarnate for both of us, and just to see if we can Freaky Friday.
that's pretty excellent.
We do want to get your healing going, though.
Bro, just
So far, I think in character, no one has asked me to do that.
I know.
Okay.
I'm saying out of character.
Yeah.
just rev that chainsaw up a little.
Caleb would be happy to go and heal the whole crowd of people. Romtor has not offered that yet.
Understandably.
just come back to life.
Actually, we can.
But yeah, I would, like he, I would be led back with Runar. Would we? Sorry, are we meeting back up with you guys at the yard, or are we meeting at some?
I'd say like at the dorm or whatever we're staying
Yeah,
at.
probably back at the barracks / encampment that is right outside this now triage setup
Yeah.
for some morning rations.
Yeah.
Before we leave the temple, I'd or as we're about to leave, I'd probably grab Redrick by I don't know, the shoulder, the arm, whatever's not too aggressive but is enough to get your attention without making a scene. You
By the neck.
by the neck, and I just point to his holy symbol and be like, "Where'd you get one of those?"
Did I hear him say that when he was talking towards Body, that if this works, it'll make a believer out of him?
I mean, how quietly did you say it?
I said it. I muttered it, for sure.
I would say roll a perception check.
It was not to be like, I wasn't whispering to Tor's ear. It was more of saying it.
You were saying
just
it
love.
for yourself as much as
Yeah.
not really for the sake of everybody else.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. 30.
Yeah, you probably overheard that.
I wanted to pick up a holy symbol of Serenray after it went well, and just keep it on me for him for later, but after the ritual. After the ritual had gone off, I would have liked to have gone and bought
Oh,
a
I
holy
see.
symbol, and for him, should he want it later.
Well, that's certainly something that the cathedral can provide you.
Okay.
A holy symbol for sure.
Do they have
It's like a
different?
rebate on the 1,000 gold that we gave them for the resurrection.
Do they
Oh, no,
have?
definitely separate.
Do they have? Do they have it made of anything besides precious metals or like?
Oh yeah, you can find them made of wood, carved wood,
Gore
as
and
well
flesh.
as common copper or bronze or.
Do they have anything that
silver.
matches the color of his tears?
Ooh,
Maybe even just painted wood, or
you could probably ask them for
Okay.
something specific.
Or even-
They'd make it for you.
I would. Oh shoot! Would it be done in time?
You could probably make something yourself just as fast.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
Bro's a
fucking do
near
that?
master craftsman,
Yeah.
and he's like, man, where
I'm
would
an
you
expert
get one?
craftsman.
Calm down.
I'm an
I
expert.
said
okay.
near,
Oh, okay.
I love it.
adjacent.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I have this crazy skill.
I'm
Yeah,
quite good
I'll
at
work on
this,
that.
actually.
Can I have that ready before now? Or no?
No, it'll probably take you.
Okay.
Like future time.
Bro, this wasn't a shakedown. I was
I
just
know,
asking you where
I
I
know.
could get one.
You
Hey,
just
kid,
wanted,
give me
wanted
your
to be able to
symbol.
like.
You could get one at Church of Sarenrae, but I got something in the works for you. You might just give me a little bit of time.
Alright. I start walking, presumably pretty shortly behind Davian, if Davian started moving as we all started moving. Given the three of us were still at the temple. Oh wait, you were tailing them to ask him if he wanted to come back. No. Unless you stop me, then I will.
I
After
mean-
you say that, I will like still keep it on Rex's end, somewhat concise.
I'll keep everything else to myself for now, knowing that everyone's been through a lot right now. So
When we meet back up with you guys, and I look at Tor as the first day being alive again is the most shit. By the way. I managed to somehow look just a little bit worse than you.
Thanks. I'm trying to remember. You died after me, right?
Yep.
Has this happened to you before?
No. I didn't know I could come back.
Oh. So it happened to you just now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Apparently with some side effects. And you see the like gold like teardrops that just end like at the cheeks.
It's pretty rad. But
It could have been worse, I guess, yeah.
maybe flashier than you normally go for.
I put a hand on his shoulder. I'll show you guys something later. Maybe not.
I guess considering your glaive, less so.
That's true.
Something else. I guess, do we have anything else that we would discuss over our delicious rational breakfast? Our MREs?
Our parties, yeah.
I got the water, baby.
Regardless of how entertained.
It's cold.
This is actually good water. Oh, I've missed this. It's like so refreshing. Regardless of how enthused you look to hear about it, I will fill you in on all of the current status things in the city, and the fact that now is it 11 or 10 days away from D-Day? Because it was like 12 days when we started the session.
our guess.
She said at least.
Right.
Yeah. So right now we are on day
32. If I have tracked correctly between
33.
I have not tracked correctly.
So then we have at least
know where
10
I
days
missed the day,
before
but-
they get here, presumably.
Yeah,
So
at
I
least.
was resurrected day 33 at dawn.
Yes,
Okay, because the ritual started.
at noon the day before.
Gotcha.
So I was brought back to life day 30 or 31.
31.
The morning of 31.
Yeah, dawn
at
on day
daybreak.
What happened on where did day 30 go? In my notes.
No.
I mean, it is very right that you have no day 30 notes.
That's
Day 30
true.
was like you being resurrected.
That was they started the effort of working
Yeah.
on it, and then I was reborn in the 31st of cheese.
But yeah, so. Oh, the cheese festival. No, so fill you in on the forces, the fact that the Starsong Hill Owl Riders are here. Some of the dwarves that we sent the money for actually showed up, and so there's at least like 100 dwarves from that one mercenary company here. and then like talk about when we talked to Jarmuth, and he asked about how to best use the horses, and we told him that they should use them to move the people, out, the refugees and the people who won't be participating in the actual assault, move them out into Denevar. And I will culminate this whole long explanation, again, regardless of how interested you actually look in it, with the fact that your particular skill set will be especially useful for helping patch up people who are currently in infirmaries, and basically pitching that, as you go around healing people, your healing is going to get their attention, because the clerics can't hold a candle to what you're about to do for the people here, and to wait a little bit to get started, just so we can coordinate with Serana and Jarmuth and whoever else is in charge, but to basically use you to get everyone to muster outside the east gate in preparation to head to Denevar. So later today, after I go talk to Serana and Jarmuth and run this plan by the people who actually have decision-making power.
It'll be tomorrow.
It's still early on the 33rd day.
But reaching Jarmuth in under 12 hours?
That may be difficult.
Rontor was resurrected at the dawn of the 33rd day.
Yeah.
Well, I still feel like shit. I'm gonna go see if I can find Kiliar and see if they have some more information that maybe our ground folk aren't privy to.
What would you think of making a trip to Prosser?
What for?
The 6 blades that you mentioned.
There's not that many of them, right? And not ironic, but like
Correct.
that I know of. There's not a substantial like force out of going there and getting them.
To your knowledge, yes, that there are not that they're not a substantial force still.
Yeah, and the Prosser's not like, it's just a small village too for the most part.
Yeah,
So
Prosser's bigger than Nemon Gap, but
Yeah,
it's not huge.
I mean if you have literally nothing else to do, but there's not a lot there. It's like if you took all of us and put us past our prime, you might be able to get a few. You might be able to gather up the ex-adventurers they have there, but it's
Fair.
It's not a hot look. You could send a bird.
If I would have created water, as
He's
we
not
ate,
Mm-hmm.
is that something that you guys would? Is that something you guys would have actually reacted to? Like, is there, like, you said we're just eating rations, right? Like,
Mhm.
what's the food and water situation like in the city?
I don't think tight. I don't think anyone's starving currently. But there's such a crazy
fresh
influx
water,
that
right?
everyone's having
It is.
rations, and what food that isn't military MRE rations is being rationed to the refugees and everything. And yeah,
The Elsier is fresh water, so I imagine water is not a issue necessarily. Healing is an issue.
Is there like a place where like foodstuffs are happening? Like, is that centralized, or is it just like at the various inns?
The guards are being delivered food via this sort of internal hierarchy of the city military. So they're mostly eating rations like what you're eating. All of the inns and taverns are operating more or less soup kitchens right now to make the food go as long as possible on a just kind of a revolving basis.
Are we at an inn right now? No, we're like sort of at a barracks, a makeshift barracks.
Yeah.
Because
Apartments that have been taken over and turned into barracks.
yeah, and that would just be just outside what is kind of just a weird large open field to an extent. But yeah,
Used
I
to
mean,
be
I'm
a
sure I would have
market.
filled you in on the. Oh yeah, we set up this giant triage unit where Serrano was training people, and that would be very evident that that's what this is. That
Yeah.
They're like, and using it to train first aid for the militia people.
Yeah. So I would,
Like as you kind of fill me in on those details, I would nod and say I'll heal whoever needs it. Just
Excellent.
show me where they are.
Well, you rest a little bit first. We're not quite ready to run through this entire queue. And I will head to, or I guess, I mean, I don't know if Serrana is back here, or otherwise I'd head towards where I went to talk to, or where we went to talk to Jarmuth originally.
So you don't find her here in the barracks where you're staying, but she is out in the courtyard helping along with her lieutenants to follow some of the things that you set up the day before.
Gotcha, okay.
So you're able to find her right away.
Okay. I will go hit her up and I guess request to see if we can get a super quick meeting with Jarmuth that I don't know, I have what I think is a good idea for how to rally the refugees and the wounded and get everybody ready to get out of here sooner than they probably expected.
Well, good news then, perhaps. I was, as you liberated my time yesterday, I was able to meet with Jarmuth. He placed me in charge of the delivery of these refugees to Dennevar. So I would be, let's say, grateful for any help and advice you might have. I have at my disposal a great number of horses, but and I have ideas for how best to use them to ferry the injured and unwell. But my biggest unknown, and that I'd like to hear your opinion on, is we still need some sort of guard, some sort of contingent to provide protection on the 100 miles between here and Dennevar. And my question to you is, who do we spare? If my plans go well, they'll be back just in time for the combat, but they will be weary and perhaps unable to fight.
How many of the Axe and Halves are in Brindle currently?
I think
those,
Were they?
those swords, mercenaries.
The six blade,
Yeah.
the very few.
At least five.
The three people holding two swords?
I think it was like less
Two
than
Zorros?
2 dozen.
Less than 2 dozen?
who are they?
They're a mercenary company that is, it's sort of like the Pathfinder Society crew. I mean, it's literally, they send small bands of mercenary adventurers out to do things places. So,
Send militia.
what is their reputation? I guess are they?
Their reputation is positive, that they can be expensive, but that you get what you pay for. You don't think they're like capable of doing what you guys have been doing or anything like that, but
They're not on a level, but there's 20-ish of them.
Have you heard of anyone that goes by the Left Fist in town here?
The left fist?
Yeah. I mean, kudos to you if you remember.
I do not remember.
It's they are the mercenary band that I've traveled with
Oh,
down to this region.
I do remember that now.
No, you had to have been aware that it was called the Red Hand of Doom when you named that mercenary company. I was like, was this just a happy accident?
It wasn't
Because of that.
it wasn't because of that.
Okay.
Like I did not remember that it was. Now, was it buried in the back somewhere? Maybe. Was I also reading Malazan at the time? Maybe.
Fair.
Influential.
Well, I don't know of any. No.
Oh, I guess I wouldn't be there. Sorry, I was thinking that this was still, but you left.
You could have
Not
followed
that-
if you
not
wanted.
that far off.
I didn't follow him.
That's fair.
Well,
Yeah, you could have asked her later, because again, she'd be outside nearby.
Well, and it would be something that I would probably look to like information that I would look to pick up regardless.
Yeah.
I'm confident half the Lion Guard would be sufficient. But they are some of our best trained soldiers. I'm confident that enough of the militia could do the same work, just with number of bodies. But again, especially the militia will be of no use to us, exhausted when they return from Denevar. We could try to encourage House Call's staff to do this, but I doubt they will, as they are not friends of the task rules.
Wait, say that last word again?
House Call is not on good terms with the task rules. We have the
can't
dwarves. We could spare the dwarves, I suppose.
I wouldn't send the.
I feel like I would sooner send half of the Lion Guard than a big chunk of the dwarves.
I would send just militia. I think that this is not a.
You also,
I would send like 50 militia.
didn't we also talk about sending with the horses? Like all the horses?
We are sending them with the
We are
horses.
sending the horses.
Yeah. And Sarana is
Trying to organize
has
who will be
them
the
at her
guard.
disposal at this point.
I would send like 50 to 100 militia. There's no way I would send hardened troops who are going to be our best bet at beating back this.
But we're gonna need
force.
them to keep the militia that's still here from
Why not just
riding or from
pay the accent
panicking.
tax?
The accent hats?
Yeah.
Did I miss which mercenary
They're-
this was?
Yeah, the first one I mentioned that they just operate out of this town. They just send little,
Oh, those
they
guys.
send
Okay.
adventuring parties out to do stuff and things.
Okay.
And they're not on our level, but they do our kind of work.
That'd be perfect. Probably.
Sarana, do you think the Axenhaft crew would be up to the task?
If we had 5 of them, perhaps.
Didn't you say there was like 20 in town? Or did I mishear?
Yes, if we had 5 times as many of them, they might be up to the task.
I see. Okay.
But that's not to say we can't use them. We could certainly use them in place of some of the militia. They would be much more competent.
5 of them and a chunk of the militia.
5 of them in the Owl Riders.
No,
Absolutely not.
But they could get back way faster.
Sure can.
That is true.
I thought about that, but sure want the Owl Riders to be in top shape for battle more than anyone. And regardless of how fast the Owl Riders can travel, they can't make the refugee train travel faster.
They can get back faster.
Yeah, that's all.
It's just as
Right.
many.
What's the total travel
I had
time?
thought about
It's a
that.
dozen days to
100
get there.
miles?
100 miles. And they can do that in about 3 days on horses.
Oh.
And it will be all the refugees on horses?
No.
Oh.
Only the injured and sick.
The slow ones.
What if there's
We're not gonna have any of those.
The
True.
or the elderly, I guess. The
Darn it.
He's got
the
us.
unfirm.
You son of a.
We're not gonna have any of those.
I turn on my de-aging. Oh my god, that's so messed up.
Serana
Kill them and
says,
reincarnate each one.
my idea was to use
There's
the
3 rats
horses
that are acting really weird around here.
to transfer the worst off, the slowest of the group, the small folk, the elderly, the infirm. Have them leave on horses immediately for Denevar, along with everyone healthy enough to walk on foot. And then have by the time those horses arrive and come back 6 days out, they should be able to pick up the remaining refugees and ferry them along. After that, they'll be out of our hair. 6 days from now, and we can begin properly on military planning.
So they
I feel like the Outriders make like way too much sense for this task.
So we're saying the healthy and the slow first, and then when they get back, we're singing on a second wave. Is that what you said?
There aren't enough horses for all of our unwell, elderly.
Yeah. So they're sending out, tall, normal speed people on foot, and then the small people, the old people.
I get it now.
Yeah.
I mean, how fast can the flyers make it back? How many days does that take?
How fast? Yeah, how fast are those owls?
We were on them.
Yeah, they're faster than humans, or for us,
Just
much faster.
It
than
feels
humans.
like
Faster
the
than horses.
Outriders could do this and also be back with literal days before we still anticipate the army getting here.
But there are so many fewer Outriders than there are.
There's like 10 of them, right?
Yeah.
No, only 10.
Yes, there's 10.
Is there anyone in Denevar that can cast teleport?
Probably.
Okay, how many of you can run through here? We're just gonna teleport like 30 people a day and whittle down.
Yeah, what's his
hours.
high mage?
we-
What's the high mage of this freaking Brindle doing? He should just
Ingersoll, brah, what's up?
Yeah, just portal him.
So four of us can go across, find someone to teleport, can escort people across, find someone to teleport back, escort across again, teleport back.
Teleportation Circle in Pathfinder 2nd Edition is a 7th level ritual that takes a day.
Perfect. So they
Teleport
start.
is
They
a
pre-cast.
6th level spell that takes 10 minutes.
Right, but we need they need the horses back anyway for the bring the second half.
The owls are almost twice as fast as the horses.
So they wouldn't. But yeah. But
Oh, but you would have to escort the horses back.
I think we just send 100 militia or
Yeah.
something like that.
I don't think 100 is going to be the number that comes out of this. But
It was half the militia, right?
No, half of the Lion Guard, which would have been about 100 Lion Guard.
But you also said half the militia. There's just more militia.
There's
Wait.
800 militia.
Part of the militia, not half of them.
Oh, okay.
wait, okay, Slate. The Lion Guard are the standard guards
Yes.
of Brindle.
Yes, yeah.
Not
Not
the
to be
Lions.
confused.
I was
with
thinking
Lions.
the Lion. I was like,
Yeah.
man, we could send just 10 people, could just cover all of this 10,000
Yeah,
people
right.
we're just walking down. We sent them there with 10 Aragorns. They gotta be safe.
Yeah, they're good. No problem. Each Aragorn gets 10 miles of road.
I mean, if we have to make 2 trips, that also means that we have a chance for a little more correspondence with Brindle or with Denevar. We could even
Chances for them to stay
even
there.
if we can't convince them to join us in the fight, maybe we can convince them to send some of their military to meet the second trip halfway there, and escort the horses to Denivar while the militia turn back.
I like that.
That could make the difference. Day and a half back in that last little bit.
Yeah.
They would,
So if the total trip gets us back just in time, if we can save a day and a half, that
makes a difference.
fixes a lot of issues.
Yeah. Assuming we can get them to agree. Like, granted, I would hope they would. It's not a whole lot of risk to them. Opposed to sending their military to aid us here. Much bigger risk.
Denivar's not the kind of city that would just like close its doors to 10,000 refugees, right? Like as much as they're like
Not if
up
they're
their
right
own
outside.
asses, but they're still
If they did, it would probably be
temples to
because
deities.
they have to all agree to let them in, and there's a lot of bureaucracy.
You suspect that, I think especially you, despite the bureaucracy,
They'd all universally agree.
well, you think that they would argue about it until they were on their doorstep, the refugees, and then they would say, this is going to look really bad for us, all of our religions, when we just
Sure. Okay.
turn out all of these
Are
refugees.
pretty much all the religions in Denver good aligned?
No, not all of them, but enough of them that
They'll overpower the ones that aren't.
they would. I mean, they would just not. They wouldn't stand to sit by and do nothing, even if they
Cool.
couldn't agree.
Cool.
Would you lead this first?
I would.
Detachment to Denver?
I would go if for no other reason that I can personally talk to some people I know that are and try and sway some minds.
I think that would be a good idea.
I'm not stepping a damn foot in Denivar.
I don't know what else to do with my time left here.
Zach, was it pretty clear from where we were sitting eating rations, like where the sick and infirmed are?
Transfer the +2.
Like I don't know how close we are, or if there's just like a lot of them
No,
right around
that
where
we're gonna
we're
buy.
at.
Well, so I set up the triage spot.
Yeah.
Like there are actively like lines of people waiting to get medical attention.
Is that,
Basically,
like-
where we're having this conversation with Serana.
Oh, so are we staying like basically
So-
right next to the training grounds?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Currently, the training grounds are not for people waiting to get medical attention, but for people who have gotten medical attention. Because the people that are waiting to get medical attention are the ones that are coming in from the east and south gate, or west and south gate.
Okay.
Then they're funneling in, being healed, and then ending up here in this big holding area waiting to get the hell out of the city. Which is useful because if you guys set this up correctly, then they can just kind of go straight east, get on horses, or start walking and, head toward Denivar.
Mm-hmm.
It just hasn't been set up yet.
Did the dwarves come with their own mounts?
The dwarves did not come mounted.
They tunneled.
Dig out like right in the middle of town.
They just
We're here.
out of the ground.
Mounted on badger moles.
Benjamin.
So I would, after he left and started talking, you're still like within eyeline, right?
Yeah, I'm not far away.
Yeah. No, but once you got up and you're talking to, what was her name?
Serana.
Serana. Did we meet her before?
Yes.
You met
She
her
was in
in-
Drillens Ferry.
Okay, she was the one that we like talked to and then went
Yep.
back. Gotcha. I would go and I'd probably like set up like I would just start making stuff in the local area, like just in this like training grounds area. What's the temperature like today?
It's warm.
I would start by making like a big, like 5-foot radius, so like 10 foot across bowl out of ice and fill it with water, just for folks to drink.
This is popular.
Yeah. And then I would find a spot where there's like some kids in a big open area, and I would just make a bunch of snow.
All right, this is also really popular. Yeah, because so many of the folks in this area have either been healed or have been sort of moved into the city now proper after waiting a long time. This is a relief to many of them. So this is enjoyed pretty much immediately, especially because they're in the relative safety of this big open square that Davian set up. Because they have room to move around, which they didn't really have at all until they got here. Yeah, really popular.
As one of them is like I feel like I would like find a parent whose like kid goes to play in the snow, and I would just ask where the healing is happening, like where I see people are patched up when they're sent here. Where are you all being healed from?
Well, we were healed right outside of Southgate, Pharasma. Those nice clerics there. They were tending to the dead, but they were happy enough to heal us. But I heard a bunch of folks being healed over by the Westgate, coming in, staying at the inn, being healed over there. There's some folks from Sarenrae over there, even though most of them are, he kind of throws a thumb at the giant cathedral in the middle of the city. Most of them are over there.
Oh, look, like, so he's meaning that the priests of Sarenrae are at that cathedral?
Yeah, some of them are over by the East Gate, but there are also a lot in the cathedral healing people.
Yeah.
Since people are kind of drawn in that direction.
Okay. And I would look at it and go, this is what was the other one that he mentioned? It's not Sarenrae.
Pharasma.
Pharasma. Does Pharasma not have big fancy building?
Well, their building was pretty cool. Just not nearly as tall. A little more subdued, I suppose.
I'll actually buy both of them.
I'm gonna. What?
First, you were resurrected at the Sarenrae, and then you went and sat in the graveyard by the Pharasma.
Oh, gotcha.
He had a lot on his mind, okay?
I was just reminding Tor was technically in these spaces.
Yeah, I remember that you said it was the cemetery by Pharasma.
Yeah.
But it didn't really hit that was not the church that I got resurrected at.
Right,
Yeah.
right. They're fairly close.
I will walk to the south gate.
You walk past the chapel of Sarenrae, and it is thick with people here. But as you get closer to the gate, it just gets worse and worse and worse until you're like, sidling past people, stepping over people.
So, I wouldn't like specifically try to get to the gate itself. Once I start hitting like a throng of people, if I start seeing people that are clearly like sick or injured that I could help heal, I would just start healing them.
What does your healing look like when you do it?
It doesn't. It's not like I'd like to imagine that it's not like a super obvious thing, and that what I'm actually doing is like sort of manipulating the water within the body, right? So I would just go up to someone and just sort of all of my kinetic movements are subdued especially compared to like an avatar, and so I sort of like would walk up to someone and I think I would be kind enough to not just surprise heal them.
Okay.
But I would walk up and
That loading scope.
say like, are you I would kind of ask them a little bit what's going on with them,
Pretty good at what you do.
and then say that I'm going to look to help, that they might feel a chill, and so I would make some like swirling movements with my hand, and then as I place my hand on them, they would probably feel stuff like like they might feel bones click back in place, but they would probably feel like blood and like fluids within their body sort of like move around, and they would feel like kind of a chill for a little bit.
Like when you're giving blood and they pump back in.
Yeah, and like a little bit, like, you know, they would get energy back as their hit points replenish, and I feel like it would feel like being like dunked in a cold plunge.
Okay.
And they're just like woken up, and it's like it can take you back a little bit.
But if your wounds are healed,
yeah, it's not like painful necessarily. It's just like can be kind of surprising.
the people you heal as you go through, you obviously do not look like a priest of Pharasma or Sarenrae, but they say praises to those gods anyhow, just whoever you might be nearby. If you're near the Church of Pharasma, they'll say praise Pharasma. They don't seem to care much you look like.
I won't like emphatically try to correct them, but if they would say, "Oh, praise Pharasma," I'd be like, "It's just water. It's just water."
They don't really know what to do with that, but they'll thank you instead.
It's just the water. I love it. It's not.
It's not that big of a
I
deal.
just move water around, guys.
It's just water.
Oh, man.
So at this point, Serana Davian says, "We can start as soon as you think we should, but who should I gather?"
The militia was a good sign, right?
And you and your group, is there anything you'd like me to know before I leave?
Well, we could have the Lion Guard make the first trip. 100 Lion Guard.
Oh, and have them rest instead of taking the second trip?
Yeah, maybe we do the militia for the second trip.
Interesting.
Or it could be the dwarves. Serana, in your estimation, how does the dwarf detachment compare to the Lion Guard?
They are admirable strong, and clearly very well trained and disciplined. They, however, I do not believe would ride the horses.
Okay.
Should've gotten rams.
We are paying them, so perhaps we could tell them.
Insist.
Well, we could insist. I suppose it is well within our rights.
I'd probably just run it past you, but the Lion Guard instead.
I'm fine with that. And I also will
And
talk.
then the second trip, we can play it by ear and see where we are when everyone gets back of who goes with the second trip.
And also, I could write one myself. I plan on running some letters myself, but perhaps it would be a good idea to write some correspondence to those in Denevar to ask if they would escort the second round of refugees, the second half of the way, towards their town.
I am comfortable beseeching them.
Sure, but hopefully the Lion Guard will. If we send the first trip, we'll be able to get an answer, so we'll know on the second trip.
She's going with them.
Alright, she'll just have an answer then, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was placed in charge, so she's
yeah,
going to do this
yeah.
until it's done.
But yeah, I mean, if we
She is experienced.
we
running
got
refugees.
what's the Lord?
Specifically.
Jarmath?
Yeah, got Lord Jarmath to send something, or and I can send something as well. There are a few contacts I have there. Don't know how useful they're going to be, but again, with the Church of Sarenrae mostly. But wait, what church did we do a favor for there? We exposed their cult. Remember what church that was?
I'm sure that has disappeared from Slack at this point.
Yeah. And that second church.
Yes. The second one.
I wasn't part of them, but they owe us a favor. Maybe not a favor this big.
I suspect they are going to be averse to giving favors when they are when we are foisting thousands of bodies upon them. But
the second wave of refugees will come
See if they have
at
whatever
the same time, whether they help or not. The only difference is there will be I'll say this part quietly. If we fall here, there may be less of them to deal with when they get to Denver. So it's in their best interest.
I doubt they'll see it the same way. But
They have nothing. They don't. Very little risk to them and much to gain. That's the way I see it. There can't be very much risk halfway between here and Denver and back to their own city. We're not asking them to come aid our defense.
perhaps, but they are isolationists.
All we can do is try.
They can be alone with this new 10,000 people.
Yes, I assume they will be very pleased about it. Well, so be it. I will take the Lion Guard, and we will begin immediately. If you will spread the word that all able-bodied, healthy individuals are to amass at the East Gate and begin leaving for Denevar under protection of the Lion Guard, I think that will breed much confidence in the public. I will travel with them and return when everybody has been deposited in Denevar. It should be no more than 2 weeks. I suspect I can return in time for the assault, although it will be a close thing.
Oh, wait, so we're giving up Serana to take the walking crew?
At least for the first trip. She implied the second trip as well, but we could always
How long
pivot
round
that.
trip is the first trip?
6 days.
6 days, okay.
When's the Lion Guard
Double check.
back?
Lion Guard will be back in 6 days.
Okay.
And the second time around, we're just sending only militia, right? That's the plan.
Perhaps,
We
yeah,
don't
that's
know.
what it sounds like.
We'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah, because I definitely don't want to. I definitely want the Lion Guard here.
Yep.
Is it possible for us to slow them down any further? Like
pages into
find places where the Dawnway is narrow and
Something
break it up
nice.
so that it's difficult to pass again for their
memories.
any wheel devices they might have.
I'm not above taking a guerrilla crew out to Talar and doing some damage and coming back.
Well, listen,
That's a cool
all of
thing.
you, I won't be here
Before seeing what you said.
for the coming events. I will lend my sword to your cause should I return in time.
Of course. Nice.
Jarmath is should this evacuation go smoothly, which I sense it will, with this idea to bring the Lion Guard into play. In 5 days' time, Jarmath has called for a war council. He asked all of you to be there. I hope that you bring the same good sense to that council that you did at Jerlin's Ferry.
Get to writing. You won't give the speech for like 8 sessions, but get to writing.
I don't know if the speech is what we need. Everyone there is already on our side.
Yes, you will be talking strategy. You will learn about what defenses we have and what type of attack we might be expecting. And listen, there are some strong personalities within the city.
We've met Tradora.
Oh, well, there are much worse than that. I hope it seems as though you made an ally of her at least, so you're certainly off to a good start.
There was discussion amongst ourselves that I should join you to Denevar.
You are welcome to, but I would like you to be back here in time for that war council. If you can make it, by all means.
Not without flight. maybe one of the Eagle Riders would let me go on their bird.
It's
That
not
seems
impossible.
like not an unreasonable request to take one
To have
owl
one
rider
come with you.
so that
Yeah.
you can get back in time for the war council.
If I can get there ahead of time, I don't know I can persuade any fucking anyone, but if I could, then that could speed up things for when Serrano gets there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah. I guess the only thing you're
If we
giving up
can
is like
convince one
your
of the
opportunity to work on siege weapons for the
Which other
next
people
5
can do.
days.
And I can't be the best suited person in this city at making them. Could we get more throughput if I help? Probably, but yeah. I know I'm capable of casting a spell that can send people messages when they sleep. Which means that all the clerics of Sarenrae and all the other ones can probably cast it as well. So if you needed to reach me, that would be a way.
Did you just metagame their abilities?
It's a cleric spell. I took a cleric archetype, so they should all have it.
They're like, we're not preparing this shit. It's useless.
Well, I mean, if you tell them and you
There's
No,
one prankster cleric among them that just loves sending like gag messages in dreams.
I mean, she certainly could. I will certainly be trying to keep you all informed as best as I can. If I go,
Okay.
Well,
So-
I plan to leave at noon today.
It sounds like if I am going, it would be via flight. So, yeah.
Well, I hope I see you then. I will say, please don't forget you do have allies here. The people of Drellin's Ferry have not forgotten what you did for us. Delora is here. Seek her out if you want her wisdom.
She was the mercenary.
Retired.
Retired.
adventurer.
Mercenary. Yeah, well, that's one of the things I also wanted to hit on the Golden Drakes from Denevar would be cool to have.
And Noro has made friends with Lord Jarmath as well, and he is certainly in your debt.
Who's Noro?
Noro
This
will.
Taylor.
Okay,
Speaker
yeah.
guy.
The guy who talks.
Yeah.
And what was the
one who speaks.
woman who had the druid circle outside Drellin's Ferry?
That
Legendary.
was. Oh gosh, what was her name?
What was that?
The druid from Avarthil.
Varthel, yeah.
Yes, Barthel.
Averthil.
I have not seen a Varthel in the city. She did leave with us, but she may have chosen the comfort of the forest over the city.
I'm expecting several packs of wolves to charge out of the forest after these hobgoblins now.
She's actually looking to become a lich herself.
Not again.
I don't know if you've seen him, but Brother Darney is also in the city. He's been tending wounded at the West Gate.
I don't recognize that name.
Would I have seen him when I was making my rounds?
I don't know if you really ever talked to Brother Darney
Oh no, I didn't.
in
don't think any of us
Drellin's
did.
Ferry.
I think any of us did.
Nope, we just got something from him and never saw him.
Did you want to try to talk to Killier? You are able to find him after a bit of hunting, although easier for you than most.
Yeah.
He and his owls are all perched atop the sort of flying buttresses of the Chapel of Sarenrae.
Oh, really?
Nice.
The owls are all sort of nesting on the top of this giant building, hiding in sort of behind the statuary and stuff. But when you spot him, you are able to call to him, and he sort of does recognize you after a fashion. And he lands his owl on a nearby roof of a building and has you climb up to talk to him.
Yeah, that's fair.
He, in his sort of normal stoic fashion, he says not too much, but he looks like he's happy to see you.
Yeah. I look kind of, but well, I got cleaned up.
Mm-hmm.
I am visibly more tired,
Probably pale,
but yeah,
but not dirty.
it is a welcome sight to see you again, Kiliar.
I would say the same.
How long have you guys been here?
We arrived just over a week ago.
has correspondence with Jarmath and the others here gone?
Well, we have been flying scouting missions at night to avoid the view of these flying beasts the army has in their ranks. So we have fairly accurate information on their comings and goings. So, yes, Jarmath is quite pleased with us, I think.
I imagine. I was going to ask you, right on that question of what's the update that you've seen so far on movements?
The main body of the army has settled in Nimon Gap, and they've begun outreach toward Talar. I would say the front of the marching column is 3 days from Talar, perhaps 4. They were slower through Nimon Gap than they have been through some of the other towns, but not by a huge margin.
Bridge being able to do that.
Yeah. We took out that bridge. Probably gave them a little bit of a slowdown.
That's what part of the bridge markers.
That makes more sense. It seems as though they did pause and build a makeshift wooden bridge across that gap.
That tracks.
Be a shame something happened to it. Let's go.
Yeah, are they all past it yet? Well, it's good to know that there's been some coordination with,
Fire dragon just
I guess the more
fire breath.
politician types here. But
We look forward to our role in the coming days. We have much to offer in our speed and scouting, but I sense that will only take us so far.
I think you and I, at the very least, will potentially need to collaborate on some ideas in the coming skirmishes and opportunities. I'm not sure I'm up for it quite yet, but I've got some thoughts. I did have one request that, if you remember, Redrick.
Yes, of course.
You undoubtedly have noticed the crowding of the refugee problem that they seem to be having here.
I've never been happier to have a high perch.
They're going to be trying to get them out of here and over to Denevar.
An evacuation.
Yeah. As far as I can tell, as many or all of them they're sending there. With
Well,
a contingency of guards.
Our owls can carry only a few at a time. I don't know how much we can help.
Yeah. It was discussed, and that particular logistical scenario made it unfeasible to have your resources used that way. But Redrick at least has some connections in the city. In order to get him there and for him to have a conversation with some people and get him back before we have more formal defense planning of the city of Brindle, I was wondering if one of your riders could take him. I don't know how soon, perhaps as soon as the end of today. It depends on what his plans are, but no later than tomorrow.
Well, I see no issue there. We could be back well in time for war preparations here. So yes, that should be no trouble. Also, I don't know if you've seen her yet, but Celeria is also in the city. She is every bit your ally as much as I.
I didn't know that she was here. Where
She
has she
is.
been?
She has been treating with Jarmath briefly, Although, I will say, I do share this sentiment. This is not our place. There are too many people here. And there is too little of the forest.
Yeah, you and I both feel very similarly about that.
As such, she has tried to avoid the crowds, but perhaps after this evacuation, she will be more willing to speak.
Yeah, I don't blame her. Certainly a green jungle and forest is a much more appealing environment than a stone one. But I'll look forward to hopefully finding her in the coming days.
I'll send one of my men to the east gate. He'll wait there until he's needed.
Once I'm feeling more up for it, perhaps you, I, and some of your other riders can talk about possibly causing some annoyances for the forward scouting parties of the Red Hand as they sneak on ahead.
He doesn't respond, but he does grin at you and nods.
I've
As long as
had,
there are
and
dragons or something.
that also evokes a smile from Rex. I've got a nasty little addition to my bow. I just tap the one that I got at Starsong Hill, and it's itching to cause some problems for the Red Hand.
It would be a shame if you didn't get any target practice in before the proper battle.
I'm with you on that. I will seek you back out soon.
He takes that as his sign to leave and mounts up and flies back off. He does some wide laps over the city before he lands down again. Anyone else have anything sort of a planning-wise?
No, so I mean, I guess we'd finish, or at least initially finish up with Serana. I think we're all on the same page with the at least initial stages of the plan. Would make sure to catch up with Runar and Tor and make sure that they are aware of where we should be sending people. And yeah, I mean, at that point, just start spreading the word and getting everybody out to the outside the east gate, basically. And yeah, so the horses and the healed people that are ready to go head out that way. And
So the horses, you find Serana's already set up to be outside the east gate. They're just sort of waiting for people.
Right.
And perhaps also the lion guard.
The only other thing that I wanted to add is that as I sort of work my way around towards the southern gate, however far I get, I would also like dot the roads with smaller sort of like bowls of ice filled with water, just for people as they mill about.
People are like genuinely amazed by this. Really thrilled. Also, while water is not exactly the scarcest resource here in the city, they do seem genuinely thrilled with the idea of cold, like ice cold water.
Cold and just like properly clean.
Yeah. All right. Well, a lot to think about for next session.
I would like to.
Yes, please.
Make a. I guess this all this happened. I would like to make a siege weapon lore check.
Oh, okay. Wait, with your automatic writing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Is it siege weapon lore?
siege weapon lore. Yeah.
Is that actually a thing?
It is now.
It's like warfare lore might be the closest thing, but
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter, I'm guessing.
But
I would come back and tell you, by the way.
yeah, I'd like
that the
to
Outrider would be waiting for you.
design or get like I guess draw out schematics for maybe not for me to build, but like for efficiently building like a heavy ballista or something. I know is going to heavy ballista is what comes to mind for shooting a dragon or a flying enemy. But yeah, that's what I'm interested in learning, so I can get that too. I can get like some plans or schematics to someone who can build it. Who has the money to build it too? Materials, etc.
Okay.
I feel like a genius.
Let's see.
Can you go ahead?
Well, go ahead and make your skill check.
Guidance.
Hmm.
That's pretty good. 33.
It's not bad at all. So your goal here is for basically designs,
Yes.
to research designs or automatic writing designs.
Yes.
I think that's reasonable. Let's see.
Oh, I really like the idea that I'm like looking into the past of a like huge siege battle that took place somewhere in the Vale, and that's sort of what I'm seeing, like through the eyes of some like master craftsman or someone who's building it then.
I don't know if there ever was a
If there
big
was,
siege
yeah.
battle, because the rest had walls,
Right.
but their walls were not taken down by siege weaponry.
Right.
So I'm not sure if there ever was. This might be a first for the Vale.
Hey, even
So,
better.
I think it makes the most sense that you would sort of adapt a crossbow, like
Yeah.
a known entity, into something much larger.
Yeah.
So I think
The middle.
it's reasonable that you would be able to produce, with automatic writing and that score, produce a blueprint for a ballista.
Okay.
I think something like some of these the higher level items like the heavy ballista and cannons are probably a little out of your sort of realm of possibility given the resources you guys have.
Mhm.
But I think the normal ballista definitely.
Okay.
So when you look back at the page, you see diagrams, lists of materials,
Mhm.
and even some instructions for how one might work. They aren't perfect, but you think, I mean, based on your knowledge of crafting, you think it's reasonable that someone talented enough would be able to construct something like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and my thought is I would, I'd probably make like I'd probably make like one or two copies of this,
Okay.
and then try to get one sent to Jarmath.
Okay.
And then, I don't know. I know I looked around the city. I don't know if there's like any master craftsmen here, but I'd send the schematics to Jarmath and tell him what the idea is. Like a note that says what the idea is, and like a suggestion to have like whoever his siege engineers are, or someone who he thinks is talented enough, because these would be really useful against all of the flying enemies.
Well, if you recall, you did encounter, what was his name?
I remember I talked to Shanks.
Yeah, Shanks Shifts.
Shank Shivs, yeah.
And you would suspect that they probably have, it's not exactly the same skill set,
Yeah.
but you would expect if the city has that many weapon crafters, they probably have someone who can
Yeah.
work on an item of this scale. So have something to invest in
Yes.
here in some of the remaining days. Yeah. All right. Anything else urgent?
Not urgent.
Not urgent.
Well, then I would say be thinking about how you want to spend these next days as the timeline starts to shrink here significantly and the army approaches. Keep an eye on your countdown for your skills as well, or for your penalties as well, Rex and Tor. And
Down 2 days already. Until it's tomorrow. But then
That's how
That's
days
how it
work.
works, yeah.
Until it's like 5 days from now.
I'm looking for
So
day 38.
for a ballista or something, it's like attack thing has a save. Is it like if it just says DC 23 reflex? Do you assume that it's just like the basic reflex save where they save for half, or
so the siege weapons have their own rules. I do not know off the top of my head
okay?
how those work.
All good.
I think they insta-kill dragons.
I mean,
We should.
they can do 7d12 piercing damage to a single target if they hit.
But then
Why don't you just say 712?
7d12.
You're right, it's 82.
It's
I'm sorry.
7,000
I'm
to
sorry.
12.
You're right. It's 82.
7d12.
72.